What does this button do?
Galaxy Brain, activate!
Howdy, friends. How's it going today? I really need to finish this game at some point. If I recall correctly, I'm barely past chapter 1. It's it's definitely worth it. It's just such a fun and silly game. It's so silly, so silly, so silly. Yeah, it's fun, it's silly, and they keep adding stuff to it. Like, this game's been out for a while now, and I think I think they just patched it again a few days ago. Wait, what's this? Oh, okay, neat. Yeah, they just patched it. Okay, a little more than a few days ago, but recently, very recently. 2.8, yeah. So yeah, they keep adding things to it, like they added the ability to basically glamour. Like, you already had your appearance stuff, but you can actually glam weapons now, so you can decide that you want your strongest weapon to look like some other weapon you think is cool. They added all sorts of new appearance stuff. They've added challenge mode and a bunch of challenges. Apparently they added some extra difficulties. Yeah, so many things. Also, because Parchment is here, I know nobody else is really here right now, but we'll get it anyway. Weird, the music kind of fit that somehow. hide that. But yeah, they just keep adding so many things. One of the Myst sequels, okay. Yeah, I've never experienced all the way through any of the literally any point and click really. Oh, brain message. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, okay, so yeah, each of those with the official shop message, each one of those is more stuff that they've added. So each of those refers to an update they've done at some point. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. So what I have on him is absolutely not the weapon that it shows there, but I was able to glam the weapon to look like that because that's just so goddamn cool. That's such a cool looking sword. If I was ever going to be in a brain puck adventure in real life, that would be the sword I would use. Just so pretty. It's got my colors. Point and click is my jam. I've got so many P&C games. I guess if Phoenix Wright counts as point and click, then there's that. But I don't know that that really does. I think that's more of a novella. See, I've never really completed any. But it's cool that that's your genre and like your what's close to you and what's cool to you. That's it's cool to find the different tastes that people have, and the stuff they're really into. Especially when it's stuff that I've never really gotten into, because then they're always the ones that can lead you into stuff that's really cool that you never would have experienced. Phoenix Wright is a visual novel, but they're a similar enough style of game. Yeah. Hey, and it's Audie. All right, we're gonna do another shout out to Parchment since people are actually here now, and then we'll do a shout out to Audie. Let's see what we get this time. Oh, another one. Well, that was something. And then one for Audie. How many clips are me rating you? I swear. You know, Audie, because of that raid shout-out thing that I'm using that you showed me, because of that I actually went through one night, and I went through and I cleared out a bunch of, like, old junk clips that I had that were just, you know, random-ass nothingness, or when I had pushed the button just to see if it actually worked and stuff. So I now actually have a Criterion collection of clips for my channel. Okay, I want to see what new stuff do we get. New products added to the lineup. Anime collaboration items. Receive special gifts as part of a promotion with the TV animation SCARLET NEXUS. Oh, neat. And those look to be materials that I guess we can exchange for something. Receive two plugins recommended for those faced with perpetual failure and have trouble defeating an enemy. Okay, so it's plugins for people that need some help getting through the game. That's really cool. That's really cool to do. Oh yeah, I have clips that I clipped so I could put together a compilation saying very stupid things. That's, you know, as my first TikTok said, that's free content. That's what it is. Receive a set of special gifts that includes items required to obtain costumes from the exchange, as well as items that allow you to take on the mission's special training jewel pool cleanup in the Vision Simulator. Neat. So let's see what we can exchange for. Huh. Okay, so a new outfit for every character, it seems. Look at this. Look at how so many freaking glam stuff. Oh, wait, how do I not? Okay, well, yeah, gonna get the gas mask, gonna get the bunny ear mask. So, I was just watching Feathered Flint's last stream, and it was lots of folks talking about Twitch etiquette. The random clip thing came up. Lots of folks were saying they avoid streams that do that, as they don't have time to go through all the clips they have to weed out bad ones. I could see that, yeah. And I could always do that where people that express to me that they don't want a clip shout out, I can you know, just do a verbal shout out. That's very understandable, yeah. Yeah, if you're not cool at all with me using that or shouting you out that way, let me know. I use it for the people I do so far, only because you know, it's pretty much just you, Parchment, Nax for jokes, because I know Nax doesn't really stream much anymore. That's pretty much it, because that's really the only people that come around that are also streamers, I think. Yeah, that works. That's a good worry. Give them, ask them, you know, do you want a clip roulette? Would you rather send me a clip that I'll set up to display on stream, or do you want nothing and just me to tell the world how amazing and awesome and beautiful you are? Wow, there's so many things. Hugging Baki? Ooh, there's a Hugging Baki. There's a purple Hugging Baki. Yes. Yes. Where does purple Hugging Baki go? Show me purple Hugging Baki. Ha 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 ha. It's a Baki on the shoulder. I don't know though. We already have our shoulder riding Baki, and I think that works. I think we'll just stick with shoulder riding Baki. It was a good QA stream with lots of great info. I highly recommend watching the VOD from start to finish. Was that the... Okay, Feathered Flint. Because I know there was also, what was their name? VTuber Grandpa, I know was, had done one like yesterday or today, I think. I didn't tune in for anything because I felt extremely tired all day. Even though I got normal amount of sleep last night, I just felt tired. So I don't know what these outfits will look like. We'll buy one for her, and we'll take a look and see what it looks like. Oh, okay. No, that's kind of fly. I like that. I dig it. Huh. I think we'll keep the audio fire on, though. So I wonder then, what does the one that's for Yuito look like? That's right, everybody. It's a dress-up stream. Okay, so they're all going to be a kind of yellow-black. All right. Yeah, I still like I think the audio attire is what you got if you pre-ordered the game, I think. And I just find it really cool. Like, it just got such a cool style to it. Noble White does have a neat look to it, though, too. I think that is the standard, the one that you get by default, and then that I think you get after a certain point in the game. But the audio stuff, I thought that looked really cool. Okay, is there any other neat stuff? Ooh, yeah, we need to do some present shopping real quick. Red cushion. Okay, everybody's gotten a squash racket. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can code something up for my bot to use OBS remote to display custom clips instead. That'd work. Yeah, that's the downside I have with OBS is if I set a source up for a browser capture of any type, or not a browser, but like hold on a second. 3M sticky glue is not sticky enough. Freaking poster keeps curling up. Can't believe that. Anyway, no. If I add a display capture source in OBS, and like get it sized and everything to display right, it disappears on next reboot, and I found that to be kind of a pain in the ass. Because I've wanted a way to just like share stuff or display stuff real easy. Beige abdominal roller. Abdominal. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so that is all the presents. Hey, it's Granddad! How you doing, bud? Okay, yeah, that I think we have to wait until... Yeah. Can't get those until the very, towards the end of the game. Battle items... Okay. Got plenty of jelly. Oh, let's... Oh, no, not sell. There we go. I can buy a lot of this stuff. That's neat. All right, just chilling. That's good. I hope you're feeling all right, man. Hope you're feeling good. Use Streamlabs chatbot and have OBS set up to use OBS remote, so I can theoretically set a browser source to the clip URL and display it via bot command. That'd be nice. Yeah, I just use bare bones OBS. I tried Slobs for a bit, but it had issues as far as not letting me go into certain resolutions and stuff, and then yeah, everything that came out with them, like forking everything from OBS project without attribution. Yeah, I can't remember who all we have presents for. I think Gemma we have. Yep. Okay. Gonna give the big guy an abdominal roller. Ah, okay, yeah.
Are you sure?
There's one plugin that I'd like to try, but I basically right now I have to wait until OBS proper releases an official M1 native client, or not client, program, because right now what I'm using is a somebody forked it to edit some things to make it M1 native, so it's not running through Rosetta, so it's not using extra resources for no reason. I don't want to put any plugin in it because I don't know if the plugin would comply or if it can mess anything up. But that plugin is the Stream Elements Live plugin, so that could be handy. Never used something like this. I'll try it out sometime. Bull crap! You never used anything like that.
Gemma, have you gotten a little bigger?
Have I? My training has been going well lately.
Wow. Did you have a change of heart or something?
It's a little embarrassing, but I don't want you to get better than me. You can laugh at me for being a silly old man.
Everybody laugh at him.
I'll be there to back you up. Don't let anything get in your way.
It's comforting to hear you say that.
Ooh, look at that. We have a Baki tapestry now. Look at all our Baki stuff. Okay. Apparently there's a subscription service that lets you use overlays and stuff when streaming from consoles, but it's, like I say, a subscription service. Yeah. Plus, like, the PS5's streaming capabilities and the PS4's, their capabilities are all right, but I don't know. For me, it was just a problem of the fidelity, especially when streaming something like Final Fantasy XIV. Using any spells going on screen, everything would get very pixelated and blurry. And longtime viewers of this stream will know that really bugs the living crap out of me. Not that I have control issues or anything. I guess Cassani joined Seiron from Naomi. Yeah, I know. And it's just like you said, to be clear, I mean, they're good. They're good services. It's a good feature so that people can stream. And without it, I never even would have gotten into streaming. And that's what's wonderful about it is that people are able to stream with it. And there are some people that have gotten big with streaming with it and everything too. And so it's great that it's opened up streaming to more than just people that have access to all of the equipment and stuff that you would need to do like really high fidelity streaming and all that. It's great that it's opened it up, and especially for there's a lot of games where it works perfectly, like Neo: The World Ends With You, for example. The streaming worked fine for that. Like the onboard streaming was perfect for that because that game was, well, it had a lot of action. It was just low intensity. It was low intensity enough that it was able to process it just fine and stream it great. And so I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to shame nor not shame nor put down nor cast aspersions on using onboard console streaming to stream, because I love that it's a thing, and I love that it's an ability that people have now, and that it's opened up accessibility and everything like that. It's wonderful. I love it so much. But yeah, it does suck that there just aren't. I know there's. I know there was something that wasn't subscription based. I had looked into it for a bit, and after stream, if I spent some time digging, I might be able to find it. But there was something I had found where it was literally just a plugin, or not a plugin. It was just an extension within Twitch itself that let you make overlays that were built into Twitch, so you didn't have any subscription, you didn't have to pay for anything, and all that. And that, I think, needs to be the evolution of console streaming, is more features so that console streamers can have some of the bells and whistles, have the on-screen chat, or have some flair going on, or like goal bars and stuff. Because, you know, being able to have more means being able to have more uniqueness to your stream, being able to express yourself more and all of that, you know? It's so fluffy. I think I'll put it on the sofa.
I want to talk to Luca for a change.
We'll get there. We'll get there, bud. Wait, so Hanabi, you put it on the sofa? Is it that pillow over there? I thought that pillow was already there. Okay, yeah, we already gave him a gift. Pretty sure we don't have any other gifts for Hanabi. We just had, yep, okay. There's nobody else back here? Nope, okay, cool. So, let us, oh yeah, what's this again? Okay, yeah. Let's talk to Luca, fine.
I never expected you to be so odd, Yuito.
Huh? Really? I thought I was pretty normal.
What is normal in the OSF is not what most people call normal. It's very intriguing.
Alright, good chat, Luca. Ooh, we got Team Bond level 2. Decorated the hideout with photo from training with Luca in the gym.
I think I'm starting to understand you a little better.
Really? I'm so happy to hear you say that.
Alright. And, okay, we have 2 gifts for him. Oh, but he already has a hero figure. Well, let's give the perfect poster vision. This poster features photos of perfect bodies only attainable by dedicated athletes. Aesthetics are also important in weight training. People who desire the perfect body remember this poster as their goal. The identities of the poster models are confidential. Remember, Luca wants to get ripped.
This is amazing. Thank you.
Yuito, you've already reached these heights. Yes, this is perfect. I will brand this image training into my mind to reach my ideal body. Alright, and let's do a Bond episode.
How have you been feeling lately, Yuito?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking.
Of course. Make sure to rest when you need it. Part of being OSF is taking care of your body. See you around.
Are you going to work out now?
Yes, my daily routine. Would you like to join me? Light exercise is good for maintaining your health.
You're right. Okay, I'll work out with you. Maybe you can make a training program for me.
I would be happy to. I promise to make the program that best suits your body type and fighting style.
Great, thanks. Ugh, I'm beat. I'm so thirsty. Do you want some water, Luca?
No, you should drink it. I have this.
What is that?
A special protein drink that I concocted. It's best to drink it within 45 minutes of exercising.
I've never had one. Is it good?
I made it strawberry flavored, so it's easy to drink. The intake of protein is essential for building muscle.
Not only do you work out, you even worry about your nutrition. That's amazing.
Protein is well known to people who like exercise. It's nothing to be surprised about.
It's not just that. The program you just went through was pretty hard. You're really stoic about it. Why do you want to train so much?
Well, because I'm small. When compared to those around me, I'm always at a strength disadvantage. So I want to do all I can to lessen that disadvantage.
A strength disadvantage? But why does that matter? There's almost no one as good as you in a real fight. You're a Septentrion, and you have top-class strength when it comes to a fight with powers.
I do not want to rely solely on my power.
Why not? You have an amazing one. I don't see the problem in relying on it.
Let me put it another way. Power is something you are born with. It cannot easily be changed. However, muscles are different. The harder you work, the stronger they become. Isn't that amazing?
Huh. I guess it does seem pretty amazing, maybe.
Yes, you're beginning to understand. Also, my brother is always ahead of me. No matter how much praise I get, I can never equal him. That makes me want to work hard.
I see. I definitely understand that.
Thank you for saying so. Since you're here, I'll tell you my secret.
What is it?
Wait just a moment.
This is the backpack you always wear. Oh, that's heavy. What's in this?
I've made adjustments to my daily routine to train my muscles. I have weights inside my clothes as well.
You call them adjustments, but it sounds like torture to me. These extreme methods might be the secret to his strength. Will you put some weights in my clothes too?
Of course. They are custom made to be removable. So I will put this here, and there you are.
Great. Now I'll try to walk. Whoa! Oh, my body is swaying just from moving a little.
It's not very heavy, but it will be difficult until you are used to using your core. You can borrow them if you like. Now, I'll do another set.
You can keep going?
Yes, I still have a lot left to do. You can take a rest if you are tired.
That's a Septentrion for you. I can't believe he always wears weights. But there's something kind of desperate about the way he's exercising. I feel like he's pushing himself too hard. Can he really handle it?
Little Luca wants to get swole.
You're working very hard, Yuito.
You think so? Thanks.
You're gentle, earnest, and straightforward. It makes me a little jealous. I can't be like you, and I don't have to. But I still recognize your good qualities.
Aww. You know, okay, so Luca does it, and I know Piccolo does it, but are weighted clothing or like weighted training clothes like a real thing? Like, do people really do that?
I'd like to get to know you even better.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I think we can be better friends.
Hi, Plant Sky. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Might I presume you came about from one Sir Otti's place? It is strange. I'm able to talk with you about things that I cannot with anyone else. My brother, he is that type of person, but he was always on my side when we were children. What about Chief Kaido? My brother can be pretty strict, but he always cared about me. The fact they are family makes this situation even more confusing. I hope that we can speak again. Oh, we must continue our weight training as well. Sorry for messaging so late. Can you help me go over some information? It is about Cassani. I understand Kassane's motives and where she is. If she was angry at New Hamuka for turning Naomi into an other, it makes sense that she would join Seiron. I understand what you're trying to say, Luca. I understand that Seiron gave the order to assassinate my father. But why give the order to Cassani? Why give the order to Cassani, right? I don't understand that either. Yes, well done, Yuito. She graduated top of her class, but she is a rookie. I do not believe she has the skills of an assassin. If I were to give someone such an order, it would not be Cassani. I apologize. I was speculating too much. It appears I have mostly organized things in my head. Thank you very much. Just wondering that too. I can't decide if it'd be useful or just make you prone to injury. Gotta look that up. No, get a nom for a bit. You do, you, Audie. Hope you have some good noms. I nommed right before stream and wanted to eat a little healthier, but living in the middle of fucking nowhere, I ended up having a cheeseburger and fries. and some drink that I had two choices. I had a melon drink or some horchata. Horchata only entered my lexicon in the last 2 days when I came across a TikTok that was talking about someone letting horchata get warm or something. I don't know what horchata is, but I went with the melon because I wasn't sure what the horchata was. And the melon's pretty good. I want to apologize to you again for fighting you at Mizuhagawa. Could you come to Masubi's again? I'm waiting for your reply. Yep, Bond episode, let's do it. I made to fight in that situation, so I'm not sure how I feel about you apologizing. But if it will make you feel better, Kyoka, I'll see you. We're going to Masubi's now. Horchata is delicious. So it said it had like soy milk and honey to it?
I'm sorry about what happened in Mizuhagawa.
You don't have to apologize. We both had our reasons, so no hard feelings.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I really wanted to go easy on you. You were a lot stronger than I anticipated, so I couldn't afford to hold back. Did you get hurt?
You don't need to worry so much. I wasn't hurt, and even if I was, I can give myself first aid.
Wow, that's impressive.
I've always studied all sorts of things, so I could do anything on my own.
I see. I do remember you having a good head on your shoulders ever since you were little.
Since I was little? How do you know what I was like when I was little?
Oh, I was just imagining it. I'm sure that's what you must have been like.
Why is she so panicked all of a sudden? I suppose I shouldn't doubt her since she's just worried about me.
I don't know, it's a red flag, man. Red
Anyway,
flag, Yuito.
I'm totally fine and I can take care of myself. Really, it's okay.
All right. I'm sorry I'm such a worrier. I'd just like you to make one last promise to me. Stay away from Togetsu.
Togetsu? Why should I promise that?
I can't tell you why, but something dangerous might happen to you if you go there.
I can't make a promise without knowing why.
You have a point. I'm so upset that I can't do anything about it.
I don't know what you're hiding or what you're trying to say to me, but I can tell that you're worried, so thanks for looking out for me.
Be careful, Yuito.
You too.
It is sus, isn't it? So there's a rad Vampire Weekend song named Horchata, which I heard before I'd ever tried horchata. Vampire Weekend. They're within my circle, my sphere of music that I've been into and am into, but I've never actually given them much of a listen. Although I know that there was an episode of Rom.com, which was a short web series from Cracked about running a dating site that had Vampire Weekend be the focus of that episode in a relationship manner. It was pretty funny, but yeah, I've never listened to him. And they quoted a bunch of lyrics, I guess. I know I shouldn't be asking this situation, but can I ask one thing? Have you been able to really smile from the heart lately? Smile from the heart? I'm not sure. I smile naturally when I'm around everyone, I think. Yeah, sorry. That was a weird question. You have such a cute smile. I was just feeling nostalgic. What I was talking about in my last message was your smile when you joined the OSF. I hope the day comes when you can smile like that again. Talk to you later. You vaguely remember Rom.com? Rom.com, yeah, it was Daniel O'Brien was one of the writers. He was a co-writer for it, like I guess co-creator. I can't remember the name of the woman that wrote it with him because she hadn't been around anything Cracked except like I think she had appeared in one episode of Agents of Cracked like long ago. But yeah, it was such a great web series. It was so funny. Cracked had a lot of really cool web series for a little bit there, running alongside like After Hours, and then somebody because capitalism is a piece of trash. Somebody higher up made the decision, hey, let's fire all our really good video people, and I haven't been back since. I'll still go and rewatch like old stuff, but I haven't watched any of the new stuff because I just. At the developed a new battle support program, and I really want you to test it. I'll be waiting at Masubi's. I was surprised by your message, considering the situation. I guess we're ignoring everything that's going on. That's what I'm going to do, so I hope you will too. I guess I don't need to say that. I don't like having awkward talks, so you do the same. Really only ever watched After Hours and OPCD.
So, you said you wanted to test this
OPCD is
battle
great.
support program?
Yeah, I want you to try it out.
Is it safe?
That's what the test is for. We don't have much time. Let's get started. I'm installing it now. Okay, it's installed. Try using your power.
Power? Okay. I can lift up this cup. What's going on? I'm seeing noise.
Calm down. It'll go back to normal once you stop consciously using your power.
Oh, you're right. That really surprised me.
Nice. It was a success.
What is this program?
When it detects power usage, it affects your visual senses to discourage its use. I call it the forced break program.
What? Why did you make a pointless program like that?
It's not pointless. If you apply various conditions to the program, you'll be able to restrict overworking. It's even more effective with an organization like the OSF, where powers are necessary. Nobody can be working 24/7. In other words, I considerately made this program so people can use it as an excuse to rest.
I still think it was pretty reckless to stick it in my head.
Anyway, you can't fight now, which means you have to rest. Enjoy your free time.
Well, I am pretty tired.
They also added a photo mode, so that you can take screenshots wherever, I guess. Oh, wow. Oh, you can even... Ha! Yeah, that was one of the new things they added as well.
Why don't you order something? Nothing like eating your favorite food into a food coma.
Okay then. I guess I'll take a break. Although, I've got tons of problems I should be dealing with. I wish Nagi were here.
What's with all the sighing? Am I that boring?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean anything like that. There's just so much happening that I'm having a hard time relaxing. I don't know how to deal with it.
It's easy. Just do whatever it feels like your body wants to. You know, like this. Just lean back. Oh, it's so relaxing. You try.
Wow, that's quite the position. I wish I saw you like this before I enlisted.
What's that supposed to mean?
Before I enlisted, I only knew you through the press. You were so friendly and lively.
That's when I'm on the clock. This is me off the clock. If you don't know when to switch between the two, you're going to break down. I make sure to stay off the clock as long as I can so I don't break. I think you should do the same.
Thanks for your concern, but I can't just...
I see. I'm not trying to push anything on you. I apologize, but I learned a lot.
Wait, did you uninstall the program?
I'll try to tone down my advice from now on. Time to call it a day.
She does it so she doesn't break. I guess that's one way to live. Although, that program is a little overkill.
Yeah, Arashi is how we should all try to live like Arashi. Do as little work as possible. Like she's one of my favorite characters because she's like bursts of energy and then just complete lethargy, and I love it. Oh, wrong button. Wait, oh, no, hold on. What? Wow. Okay, so Jesus. This is like near Final Fantasy G-pose levels of yeah, this is like near Final Fantasy G-pose, Final Fantasy 14 G-pose levels of customization and stuff. Smile, awkward smile. Rage. That is so cool. That is so cool. Replaying Control, and I reached a fight I flip and hate, so I turned on one-hit kill just for that one boss. I should play Control at some point. I had been very interested in it, and then I watched Sterling's review of it, or maybe read. I can't remember. And it sounded like from their review, it sounded like it was going to disappoint me a little bit, so that I just kind of wrote it off. But I really should play it. But you know, that'll be when I finally run out of games to play. Because for those of you new to this channel, Scarlet Nexus is a game we're trying to clear out of our backlog. We finally cleared Bugsnax out of our backlog. We finally cleared Near Replicant out of our backlog, and we're talking all of Near Replicant, the full super ultra duper ending. We have Life is Strange True Colors waiting for us to get to. Endwalker I'm still working through. We have... Let's see. I still have the extra day of Neo Twiwi to get to. Saga Frontier, I think we still have like 4 or 5 characters we need to get through. SMT3 Nocturne is contentious right now because I'm stuck in a Kalpa that keeps killing me, and I'm getting really tired of putting in 4 hours of effort and then getting one shot by a random enemy. The new Voice of Cards is out now, so we'll have to play that. And we still have Yakuza's 3 and 4 to go through. And Kiwami, I haven't yet. And those were those were the games that I was like, yeah, we're definitely gonna get to, and then we never got to. Buglet Snaxes. And Bugsnax, for those that haven't played it, I highly recommend it. It's really fun. Plus, there's an update coming out that's the Isle of Big Snacks. The story in Bugsnax, the characters and stories and everything, it has the most pure himbo you will ever meet. So if you're a fan of himbos, play Bugsnax. Personally, I love Control. It helps that the protagonist feels very relatable from a trans femme perspective. Okay, well, that's cool that you found relatable representation. That's where some games that I have on my list there have appealed to me, either because they have chubby himbo representation, or when they have characters like Neo Twiwi was very, very appealing because of I mean, other than everything else about it, just Neo Twiwi was 2021's Lucy Award winner, so that's a pretty high honor. But there were characters in there that had relatable mental health personas that I definitely jived with. Dang, I still haven't finished Like a Dragon. Yeah, I haven't even bought that yet. That's like my after I'm done with all of Yakuza Prime backlog there. When you get better at switching gears, I want you to help me with PR. You have a pretty fresh look. You have great hair too. I could give you a recommendation. No way. The way you smile and talk when you're on, I could never do that. I think you got promise though. Also, if I recruit some fresh blood, that would just increase my off time. When you read this, you'll probably think that's what she's really after, and you'll be right. Just let me know if you're interested. Jessie isn't canonically trans, but there's something about her that gels with me and a lot of other trans women on the interwebs that I've seen. It's good. I mean, and, outside of when there is representation that is explicit, I understand. I understand grabbing representation where you can, or even then, it doesn't even have to be a thing of just representation. Just something, yeah, like you said, that you can gel with something that just feels like you know them, or like they know you. That there's just a connection there. And I feel that is what makes some of my most favorite games very much, is when there's that aspect that ties in, for sure. I mean, heck, Persona 3, even though we've retired it from the stream for now, Persona 3 came into my life at a very specific time that made it very relatable, and part of that was definitely the aesthetic of, you know, teenagers putting guns to their head to summon personas and demons. There can always be stuff under the surface too, yeah. Not that I remember any of it well or have revisited the Matrix comes to mind. Yeah, there you go, that too. Lot of things in the Matrix that, yeah, for some of us who, I mean, I'm pretty freaking cis. But for those of us that didn't pick up on that, when we go back and look at it, knowing what we do now about the Wachowskis, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff now that is like, hey, yeah, okay, kind of like when you go back and replay a game or something, and now that you know how it ends, you're like, oh, okay, I see, oh, aha. I want to ask everyone something. I don't want to worry Yuito, so I'm saying this to everyone else. He got a checkup at the hospital, but his condition is getting worse. I'm worried. He said he was hospitalized as a child, so he's just prone to being sick, isn't he? That's right. So I know it will be difficult, but I want to put as little stress on Yuito as possible, physically and mentally. I believe Yuito's fatigue has reached its limits. I agree with Hanabi. I will think about what I can do. Yeah, I agree too. I'll do my best not to stress him out. Okay, I'll be careful of how I relay information. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on Yuito's status going forward as well. Also, you didn't do that on purpose, did you, Hanabi? Thanks, everyone. Huh? What do you mean, Wataru? Yuito is tagged as an addressee. What? Wait, no way! Ah! Don't read this, Yuito, please, it's nothing, seriously! Even if you did see it, just pretend you didn't. You don't need to reply. Okay, so yeah, that's all of those. And I think that means we just have... Let's see, because we've given all of them gifts. So I think that just means we have her. Hi, Sugumi. Do we have a gift for you? We do. We have a mini potted plant sax. Yeah, I thought that the P3 thing was a really clever bit of foreshadowing. You spent the whole game sacrificing yourself to fight that final sacrifice.
Oh, thanks.
These little ones require different care. They're small and delicate. I'll take good care of them. Having said that, I never finished P3 or P4 or P5 for that matter. And, you know, that it happens. Things happen. And I know they can be a heck of a lot of game, too. P3 I beat once, and then I've gotten, like... I've gotten to different points when I've done replays, and then replaying it for the stream, as I mentioned, the reason that we retired it is because I started it on hard mode, didn't realize exactly how ridiculous classic Atlas hard mode would be, how just dumbly ridiculous it would be, and you can't turn off hard mode once you start it. So we kept going. We're probably, I don't know, 15, 20 hours from the end, but it just, And then 4, I've only beat the once. I don't think I ever actually restarted it. And then yeah, 5 I've beaten like 4 or 5 times. P3 and 4 I never finished because of hardware failure. Oh, like your system broke down, or were you emulating it, or what? I searched the facility for clairvoyance, but I couldn't. With clairvoyance, but I couldn't find Naomi. She's probably here somewhere, though.
Oh, Yuito, I would like to talk to you.
Hmm? What's up, Sugumi?
I think I finally found that flower. Look at this.
Oh!
It's called a silent snowmelt. It's a rare flower that only blooms at high altitudes. Is this the one you saw?
Yeah, this is the one. That's incredible. I can't believe you found it with such little info.
This flower's natural environment is different from Suo's climate, so it took some time to find.
What does that mean?
It blooms on cold, high mountains. So the temperature in your garden is too high. Growing it would be difficult.
Oh, I guess that's why they always wilted.
No, it's amazing that the flowers bloomed at all. I would like to try growing them myself, but...
Is there a problem? Oh, you did say it was a rare flower.
Yes, you can't normally get seeds or sprouts. There isn't any data about its natural habitat either. There isn't any information about how to collect them yourself, or where to look. I'm stuck.
Okay. Let's see. If they were in my garden, that means they probably grow somewhere in New Himuka.
I want to search for this flower.
Honestly, I felt bad about leaving all the searching to you, so I looked into it a little myself. The gardener who planted this flower already passed away, so I haven't got a single clue where he got it.
That's sad. I'm sure he was good at what he did.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time and care to raise it in our garden. And I figured out why I remembered this flower in the first place. After my mom died, I was really sad for a very long time. The old gardener, he knew she liked those flowers, so he planted them for me.
I see.
So I'm glad I know their name at least. Thank you.
But you haven't seen the actual flowers yet. It must be frustrating.
Still, that's good enough for me. Thanks to your thorough research, I can look at pictures of the flower whenever I want.
You want to see the real thing, don't you? I'll check some more.
Huh? Oh, well, I'd like to see it if I can, but you don't have to go out of your way.
I promised I would find it, so I don't want to give up.
Okay. Thanks, Tsugumi. And I'll help in any way I can.
Okay.
She was really excited. She can be pretty stubborn sometimes. I didn't know that about her. Although, the fact that she let me see her like that means she's starting to open up. That makes me kind of happy.
The flowers I planted before are about to bloom. When they do, I want to show you, Yuito.
I'm looking forward to it. You're good at taking care of plants.
You're good at taking care of me. You're good at taking care of people.
Huh? Really? Oh man, you're making me blush.
In this house, we stand Tsugumi. She's adorbs and precious.
Yuito, would you... No, never mind.
Did you want to say something? Just let me know when you want to talk.
P2 I never played, P1 I finished the US PSX version way back in the day. The PSP Go got stolen for P3. The Vita has been having charger issues, so I haven't finished P4 Golden. Oh man, P4 Golden, I someday eventually I want to play that. See, I've only ever played the OG P4, and I wouldn't mind getting... You know, I've played P3 FES, so I've gotten that additional stuff, and I've played P5 Royal, but P4 Golden I haven't, so I haven't gotten that extra content and stuff. That sucks that I got stolen, though. And yeah, P1, I think I've mentioned before, I did the dumb thing of trying to go the Snow Queen route my first time, and that was a comedy of errors. Okay, so I think that's it. We've talked to everybody, we've cleared everything. Let us investigate.
I should try to get a little rest. A message from Major General Fubuki?
It's Fubuki. I want an update on your situation. Rendezvous where we met previously.
I got a message from Major General Fubuki. Did everyone else get it too?
I did.
I did too. I think he's talking about the safe zone.
He said he's under surveillance, so I am sure he just wanted to play it safe.
But Major General Fubuki is with Spring Pharmaceuticals, right? Those ampules. Do you think he knows about that factory?
It would be strange if he didn't.
He might have a purpose for calling a meeting so soon afterwards.
The fact that the OSF hospital prescribed the drugs must mean the government's getting products from that factory in some shape or form. Could Major General Fubuki be the go-between?
Does that mean he's an enemy too? Even after everything he's done for us?
It could just be one of the ways he goes about pretending to obey the government. We can sit here and doubt his intentions all day, but we're better off just asking.
You have a big heart, Yuito. Your trusting nature is one of your most likable features. I should really follow your example.
It's because he's sincere. I think our skepticism might provide him a nice balance.
That might be true.
He's sincere to a fault. Slept in too late today to justify an app. Nah.
Sorry to call you out here. While I accepted Luca's generous invitation the last time, I feel it would be dangerous for me to frequent your hideout. There's a good chance the team surveilling me will notice.
We appreciate your consideration.
Wataru told me what happened in Seiran. I've also given the government a report that won't affect our activities.
What? Is that safe? Your family is Spring Pharmaceuticals.
That's precisely why I did. Reporting my own family's wrongdoings only gets the government to trust me more. Besides, Karin and I were the first ones to propose that research facility.
What?
I think you already know about Alice. She's still being held in that facility as an other. We enticed Seiran in order to protect her, knowing full well they would abuse their research. The results of which were the ampules and the uprising. We were fools.
What's going on with this country? Seiran may have incited an uprising, but there's still a new Himuka city just like ours. Suo's conducting human experiments, and Seiran is basically doing the same thing.
All of it being done to develop new weapons to fight the threat of the others. One chose to strengthen powers, and one explored a method to control the others themselves.
What are others, anyway? I've heard they suddenly began appearing after the Spring of Extinction, but not much is known about them still.
That's true. I guess the only other thing we know is that they're created in the Extinction Belt.
Some are saying they're wild animals that experience sudden mutations, but are they really wild?
It's very possible that the government is hiding what they actually are.
That is the crux of it.
Huh?
Even the public can sense something different about the others. So, focusing on that point will nullify the government's personality rehabilitation efforts.
Like exposing a government secret to every new Himuka citizen? Just like my brother did in the uprising.
Exactly. Karin and I once plotted to send a video of a human at the moment of being metamorphosed straight to the minds of every citizen. But we couldn't find any definitive video to serve as our evidence, and I was hampered after they threatened Karin.
So that's why you let the government turn you into a spy?
Yes, but now they should have Nagi's data from when Naomi was metamorphosed for research purposes.
They took his memory when they subjected him to personality rehabilitation.
Now that you mention it, Nagi seemed like he had no idea about Naomi's metamorphosis after he was discharged from the hospital.
But wouldn't that cause brain damage?
Extracting a specific memory is a dangerous process, but that's hardly even a concern to them. You all have the same memory of her metamorphosis, but attempting to digitize and extract it is too risky.
That's why we need Nagi's stored memory data. It's already been extracted.
We can send the data via Arahabaki to every citizen as proof of the government's inhumane acts. The people are ready to hear it.
Can you access it?
Yes. I received permission to enter the secure site while you were heading out to Seiran on your last assignment. I've been provided with a one-time use pass.
Nagi's stolen memory. Where is it stored?
I think they're storing it in the old OSF hospital you infiltrated before. I'm sorry for not having more concrete intel, but that facility was used to research powers. It's very likely it's there. Could you infiltrate the old hospital after the platoon has been reorganized?
Reorganized? I forgot about that.
I'm staying in Yuito platoon. This isn't... This isn't the world I want either.
I see. So Hanabi is the only one that needs to be transferred.
No, I'll stay too.
Are you sure? Staying with us could mean being targeted by the government.
Then we'll deal with it if it comes to that. After all the awful things we learned, I can't just sit here and do nothing while my friends are trying to do something about it.
You don't care if it brings trouble to your family?
No. And I'm actually starting to suspect that it wasn't just my uncle who knew, but my father too.
Thank you, Hanabi. Your help means a lot to me. I'll leave you to recover Nagi's memory from Naomi's metamorphosis. I'd like to go myself, but I don't want them revoking my access to Arahabaki, so I have to lay low for now. You've made a lot of waves, Yuito. You need to be careful. This will be your second time infiltrating the hospital.
Yes, I will.
By the way, I can send you some data to help you bypass the old hospital security system. I may not be as good as my sister, but I can still put together a program or two. Please use this to aid your infiltration.
Thank you.
Well, good luck.
All right. Apparently I missed that reveal. Oh,
I'm
of
with you,
Naomi.
Commander Yuito.
I'm really glad the whole platoon was able to work as a team.
We're all in this together.
Looks like there's a resource reading.
Oh, we got side quest over here. Or I saw it and forgot because it's been so long since I played. Might be because others are coming to the city a lot lately, but less people have been going to the gym. My gym will go out of business at this rate. Can you help me? Think of it as a rescue mission. Others aren't scary if you're jacked. I want to use a line like that for marketing, so take down some others with your shredded body. Famous select alcohol set. Alright, so we're going to the old OSF hospital. Like I told you before, plants like to be close to people. I think the silent Snowmelt wants to meet you too, Yuito. That's why I want to find it. I hope so, but don't work too hard. I'm just happy you're thinking of me. You are so kind. I want someone as kind as you to be happy. I'll find it, so let me work as hard as I need to.
You can't see it, but the other is still around. Use SAS to find it.
Concentrate. I didn't see anywhere that looked like a place data would be stored. Only thing they're looking for Nagi for. A chance.
If it's here, it must be deeper inside the building. Probably somewhere very hard to get to. Go, Yuito!
Leave it to me! There! Here you go!
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Creepy Hospital has random holograms. Almost forgot about that.
Thanks, I'll take it.
That's all of them. You did well, Yuito.
Don't like Creepy Hospital because not just
Hey, you should use my power sometimes.
not just the holograms, but then the lack of music until later. Oh, Okay.
Come on! Where are you? Found you! Here we go!
I'm soaked. Watch out for electric. You won't be able to move if you're electrified.
I can hit it! My body!
Get up, get up, get up, get up! Get up!
What? I'm borrowing this guy.
Shall reach in first. Put the pressure on.
I'm not tired at all.
Get out of my way, get out of my way, box. There we go. Mysterious text data. We know it was the new Hamuka government who turned Naomi into another, but the government gains nothing by doing that, right, Fubuki? Well done, Luca. That's right. There is no reason to turn an OSF soldier into an other in combat. My guess is that someone from Seiron infiltrated. Suo was probably trying to use the chaos caused by the large-scale other attack to try to clean it up. So the clueless OSF, who were just there to exterminate the others, just happened to be right in the middle of the battlefield. Wait, so Naomi was turned into an other by chance? It could have happened to anyone. It just happened to be Naomi. How terrible. So that means the Suo army has special bullets that can turn people into others as a measure against the Seiron army. That's what I believe, though I know we can't just call it an accident or coincidence. Now things will be more dangerous than ever. I'll do all I can, but please be prepared. Yeah, what? Okay. What? Okay, I guess that is it. Here we go. The research of human experiment H13 will conclude today. Tests were conducted both 5 and 10 years ago, but results were inconclusive. Considering the subject's age, we have decided there is nothing more to expect. H13 is out of my hands now, so starting today I will be helping with testing IO7. Knowing IO7 already had a supervisor made me curious as to whether or not I was necessary, but now I understand. IO7 is a subject that requires special care. It seems our instructions are to test carefully and double down on safety measures. This isn't uncommon, but it sure is a pain. Creepy ass holograms.
Yuito, I can disrupt the security system with Major General Fubuki's program. You can proceed safely. Understood.
Fucking creepy ass place. It's too damn creepy.
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Oh!
My clairvoyance. Use it, Yuito.
Come on! Now die! It's over!
Mix our powers together.
Yeah, we worked really well together. The enemy dropped something.
Oh, hi Santa. Oh, and more of these.
There you go.
Let's regroup now. Come on.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Hey,
It is nothing.
Feel free to use it.
Successfully breached shell. Attack now. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
As you can tell, it's been a little bit since I played this game. I'm out of whack. Okay, good. So we're done here.
Having spent so much time with each other, it almost doesn't feel right when we're not.
I need support.
Yeah, that laughter wasn't creepy. Nothing creepy here. Nothing creepy at all. IO7 is in a fine state of health, but it appears that the official word is that the subject is of weak constitution. However, even though we are sharing management duties, I'm not sure letting the subject play freely in the ward is wise. I suppose the nurses will take responsibility if anything were to happen.
Thanks, Luca.
Maybe Sugumi's clairvoyance.
get him, Yuriko!
I can hit it.
A resource reading near here.
Oh, hi, save guy that only shows up when something's about to happen. Hi, body bag with shit growing out of it.
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you. Using Luca's teleportation would make this easier. If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Next. I need support.
That must be a good spot.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, okay, more of you.
Leave it to me. Now die. Leave it to me. Yeah. Come on.
That was brilliant.
This game looks gorgeous as heck. It is. It's very gorgeous, and this isn't even one of the most cool areas. There's also brain drive, which I haven't activated yet. That's
You were
pretty cool.
admitted to this hospital when you were little.
That's what I hear, but I don't remember it at all. I guess I was too young.
Brainfield gear. Yeah, gorgeous stylish hack is a really good way to put it, because it's that's what you know, when they put out the demo for it. That's what really sold me on it. I played around in the demo and I played through the demo and like just loved so much the aesthetic to it. The like creative director or creator or whatever of it, he wanted to describe it as brain punk, and I think that's pretty fitting.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare. Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it. The oil is making me sluggish.
We might make a good team.
I can hit it!
Yeah, we worked really well together.
I can dodge. Ow!
I'll be your shield!
Stop it! Oh no.
At this rate...
Take out all the enemies here. Let's go.
I need a normalization tablet. There we go.
That was close. Come on.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. A member is in danger. Shell breach confirmed. Put the pressure on. Found the weak spot. Yeah.
Next.
Go, UE2.
Come on.
Yuito!
Here we go. Is everyone okay?
Thank you.
Again, save guy. And yeah, last year was really the year of demos. It was a great year for demos. I think there was like 3 different games that I ended up buying because they had demos, and I really liked the demos. And that was, oh my god, that was Neo Twooey, this game, and Outriders. Which I know Outriders was kind of a, kind of had a bit of a poopy launch, but still ultimately enjoyed it.
You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep attacking. We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito. This is pretty rare.
Damn it, I thought I was going to get the dodge attack. There we go. Oh, but I was too far away.
Come on.
I must train more.
You're free to use it.
Here we go.
Successfully reached the shell. Attack now.
Come on.
That must be its weak spot.
Yeah.
Finish this, Yuito.
My pleasure.
The other turned invisible, but I can still see it. Try using clairvoyance.
Lend me your eyes.
Okay, jeez.
Use it well.
I can still fight.
Oh, there we go. H13's correction is complete, but progress is not good. It will be difficult to discharge the subject like this. The subject has been moved to a floor with secure rooms, but they are spending all day writing on the walls. Attempts at conversation have been unsuccessful. If there are no signs of improvement, disposal may be necessary. I wonder if the person in charge of correction did it properly, but regardless, I don't want to be bothered with this any further. Ah. A lot of shady shit in this creepy hospital.
My clairvoyance. Use it, Yuito. Here you go!
I can hit it! It's over!
Finish this, Yuito!
Extreme sus. Where's the music? Who took away all the music? Wait, where are we supposed to... Oh, okay, over here. I've got nothing but creepy holograms. All I want is music.
Lend me your eyes.
The oil is making me sluggish. I need to support the injured.
Leave it to me. Come on.
That was a good attack.
You guys good?
Someone's down. This isn't good.
I can hit it.
That was impressive.
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Would you? Ah! Okay, cool.
The oil is making me sluggish.
So let me revive. Let me revive.
At this rate.
Ah.
My pleasure.
Found the weak spot. Yeah.
Now die. Come on.
I must train more.
Nope, wrong button. God dang it.
Let's regroup. Is everyone okay?
There you
That
go,
was
Luca.
close.
That was more than close. You literally died on me, bud.
The resource reading is close. Should we get it? You got this.
Come on. I can hit it.
Finish this, Yuito.
Damn it. Here we go. Yeah.
Go, Yuito.
Thanks, Gumi.
The oil is making me sluggish.
Do it, Yuito!
Good timing.
Leave it to me. It's over.
That was a good attack.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Thanks, Luca.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
I can hit it.
That was impressive.
You're really going all in on using the using those freaking saw's paws. I'm telling you.
You guys good?
That was close.
It's like a saw's paws convention in here.
Use it well.
H-13 has been killed. They were slated for disposal. Would that be better than being eaten alive? I don't want to think about it. The hospital is in chaos. I shouldn't be making this recording either, but this is the only way I can preserve my thoughts. I don't want to lose any precious test samples if they didn't take notice of the alarm. They may not have made it out. Regardless, this place is finished. Sus level increased, I believe. If even slightly. Okay, we'll go here first. Was that necessary? Was it necessary, Creepy Hospital? No, it was not necessary. Butts. Yeah, okay. Bunch of TVs hanging from the ceiling. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna be sick. Frustrating.
The wet ones are easy to electrify.
Oh. I
Damage
don't
to
have
outer shell
electricity.
confirmed. Keep going and break it. Here we go. Reach confirmed. Put the pressure on.
How's that?
That attack worked.
Right in the middle.
That must be a weak spot.
There. Leave it to me.
Finish this, Yuito.
Let into your eyes. I can hit it. Come on.
Get him, Yuito.
I need support. Yeah. It's over.
Ah, another one. Two of them, okay.
Here we go. Take this.
It's covered in oil. Burn it up.
Nice fire. You got this.
Now die. I can hit it.
Yuito, do it.
Let's take out baseballs first. Wait. Hey-oh.
Now die! It's over!
That was a good attack.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
No chance!
At this rate,
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
let's regroup.
Thanks, Gumi. It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Damn! Leave it to me! Here we go! Yeah! Come on!
That has to be. That has to be all of them. Ooh. Hey, another creepy report. Forecast reading was a 0%, but we're being attacked by so many at once. It's unbelievable. The OSF who are fighting back are likely those who happen to be here as patients. The main force hasn't arrived from Suo yet. The entrance to the lab should have been sealed when the alarm went off. I can't go back there. Up ahead, there's an employee. System message. Could not recognize voice entry. Saving text and ending voice entry. Because it's us. Yeah. I guess they were getting attacked by a bunch of things, but yet they had time to, you know, set up a bunch of red TVs all weird-like. Okay, they're like flowers or something? Some weird black dried dead flower? Oh, okay. Huh. Probably means nothing. Means nothing. Nothing at all. How do we get into... Yeah, we'd have to go out and all the way around. Yeah, we're good. Ah. Red strings. A stealth sequel to Obscure? You'll have to fill me in on that. I don't get the reference. Okay, this place looks nicer. Oh.
It doesn't look like they're storing data anywhere. I don't even see anything resembling research equipment.
I think the facility is underground, but there weren't any stairs leading down from the first floor.
We'll just have to comb the area ourselves. If this is where they conducted his personality rehabilitation, Nagi's data should be here.
I wonder if Nagi managed to get away. I had all of you there to rescue me, but he was alone.
You're still as kind as ever.
Nagi!
You did come back. Of course you did. I mean, we're best friends, aren't we?
Looks like Nagi received even more personality rehabilitation.
Because Nagi was regaining his original personality the last time we saw him?
Personality rehabilitation. You traitors against glorious new Himuka are the ones who need rehabilitation, not me! There's no need to worry, Yuito. They specifically told me, you need to be alive when I bring you in!
Okay, Nagi's gone crazy.
Stop it, Nagi. I don't want to fight you. Then come with me. We wouldn't have to fight then. Of course, I'll kill anyone else who gets in my way. So what's it gonna be?
I didn't know Nagi can fight this well. If we don't use SAS, you don't have a chance.
Here we go!
Smoke screen. Use clairvoyance, Yuito. We'll be able to see Nagi. Don't let the personality rehabilitation control you, Nagi. Yuito is your pet.
That's why I'm doing this. I'm steering my friends the right path.
Here we go!
I've seen a lot of people whose personalities suddenly changed like that. I should have started investigating earlier.
If you did, you would have been personality rehabilitated too. Let's do our best to stop them for now.
Leave it to me.
You guys good?
Thanks.
It's good to have you on the team.
That hurts! Damn it! This isn't over yet!
Thanks, Shigumi!
Nagi changed. There might be an opening. Do it, Yuito!
It is nothing. Let's play nice, best friend.
Let's regroup! Here we go!
Use it well.
Maybe we can attack him inside the air bubble. If we use teleportation.
Hey now, Yuito. Is that all?
Here we go! At this rate...
Let me go!
Please, stop this!
That was impressive.
Too bad for you, I'm not done yet!
Guys!
Yuito!
Not again. If I pass out during the fight.
Uh-oh.
Yuito, I know that was scary. They're all done with the tests now. Honest. Let me see that brave face. You're okay. It's all over.
Mommy! A dream? About my mom? Why would I have that now? Oh, right. This ceiling. It looks like the hospital room from when I was a kid. The smell, too. Smell? Where am I? Huh? I can't use my powers?
You can't use your powers here. Those restraints are designed to nullify your abilities. You're such a fool. All you had to do was play the patriotic hero, and you would have had the world on a platter.
Who are you?
Just a humble staff member of this facility. We've met a number of times when you were a child, but I'm sure you don't remember.
We did?
Have you forgotten about your time here in the hospital with your mother?
Which means this is still somewhere inside the old OSF hospital. Where are my friends?
No idea. Your friends are outside my jurisdiction. I'm in charge of duds.
You mean people without powers?
That's right. I was in charge of the experiments involving you and the Travers brothers. Unlike Karin and Luca, it seems like your psionic hormone levels are dropping.
What?
Now that I think about it, your psychokinesis was activated under some unconventional circumstances. Duds have an extremely low chance of manifesting powers in the first place. This could mean there's something special about your cerebrum. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Wait, I'm a dud?
Oh, so you're missing your memories from when you were a dud too. This is going to be tricky. It seems your brain is accumulating damage as you use your power. I need to run some tests before I ask you any questions. I'm sure you've experienced episodes of sudden memory loss or having difficulty remembering your childhood.
Wait, please explain it to me so I can understand.
It's simple. You were born a dud. Then you were hospitalized here with your mother because this was still the OSF hospital at that time. We know that duds are capable of acquiring potent powers. The country sends all duds to this hospital, where we run medical experiments on them.
I'm a dud? I had no powers?
In any case, it's time to go back to sleep.
Damn it! I can't stay awake.
Yuito! Are you all right?
Major General Fubuki? How?
The program he gave us was able to tap into the facility's surveillance camera feed.
I knew it would be dangerous infiltrating this place. I made sure I would be available if something happened.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys are all right. I'm sorry, Major General. We couldn't get Nagi's memory data. Right, Nagi. What happened after that?
You suddenly collapsed, and Nagi... he took you, and then used you as a hostage.
We were afraid of hurting you, so we couldn't attack him.
We were locked inside a room. There was strange equipment. I think it was for personality rehabilitation.
But Major General Fubuki showed up before any of us were rehabilitated, so we're all okay. You don't have to worry about us.
Sorry. You're always rescuing me. Thanks, guys.
Wait, it looks like others are gathering.
I've disconnected the alarm, but they should already know Yuito's trying to get away.
We have to escape the hospital. I've already shared the way out with Wataru. I'll hold them off here.
But...
Don't forget, I'm a Septentrion. I can handle myself. Take this. Don't lose it, no matter what.
What is it?
I'll tell you when we get out of here. Now go. You'll only get in my way.
Okay.
I don't see any safe area near here for teleporting. We have to run.
Got it. Please, be careful.
I had no power. I was a dud. I'm more confused than shocked. It's too much to take in. You can't see it, but the other is still around. Use SAS to find it.
Let it in your eyes.
Nagi must have attacked Yuito under orders from the new Himuka government. We should consider him as being completely under the government's control.
Leave it to me! Here we go! Damn, come on! Now die!
That was a good attack.
It's funny you should say that, Plants, because yeah, that is you know, I don't know as far as Yuito's story goes, but in Kassane's story, that that is a pretty major and pivotal point where events happen and basically people are like, you know what, maybe fuck being governed, because this government really fucking sucks and has been experimenting on people and doing all sorts of shady ass shit. And so a complete disruption of the state as it stands. I still want to know what they did with the music. I don't like creepy places with no music. All the other places have music. This doesn't have music. It's creepy. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, hi, soldiers.
Let's go!
Next.
Here we go!
Clear? We're clear. Okay. And I want to check what's down this pathway. Also, is there... What? Let's see, we came up from... one of those areas. Yeah, we'll just take a peek down here. In case there's anything neat. Yeah, the game has a very interesting story.
Former Major General Karin?
Yuito,
Oh, no.
It looks like you finally become a traitor too.
What do you mean?
Did the new Himuka government brand Yuito a traitor?
Yes. I doubt you'd be allowed inside Suo. Come to Seiron. You'll all be accepted as one of them.
You're asking us to help Seiron? The same people who are sticking human brains inside others?
Meanwhile, New Himuka is conducting experiments to metamorphose humans, all in the name of producing a strong power. And at its center is the great city Suo.
They're both twisted. They're both crazy.
Then what do you want to do? Run to the religious fanatics in Togetsu? They're a religious state. They'd probably be open to taking in criminals such as yourselves. But Togetsu won't necessarily be a safe place this time around.
This time?
Just a figure of speech.
Yeah. New Himuka won't be able to get us in Togetsu. They're an independent city. It is a little shady, though.
Is that why you came here, Karin? To tell us this?
It was just an afterthought. However, take this if you're going to Togetsu.
I can't drink this. I won't.
Whether it's human blood or brains, you need to drink it if you want to live. Either way, you'll lose all your memories and powers if you choose to do nothing. The drugs are simply giving you time, so you have to drink it whether you like it or not.
He's up to something. But what is it?
Most likely saving Fubuki.
Should we be helping him?
No, come back to the hideout. Major General Fubuki wanted me to tell you not to worry about him. Besides, I can at least monitor his status from here. Come back, so we can make a plan on whether we're helping him or running to Togetsu.
All right.
Hey,
Hey, good job, everyone. Man, this unit's so cozy.
Wataru, what are you doing here?
I had a meeting with Major General Fubuki. I was supposed to escape to the hideout if they found out you guys snuck into the old hospital in Lokusho. I mean, I can navigate you anywhere as long as I have a PC and Cynet.
Which means that Fubuki predicted Yuito would be branded a traitor.
So, he told Wataru to come here, since he is Yuito Platoon's operator.
If they're going to make Yuito the bad guy, it makes sense to take out the person who knows what Yuito Platoon is up to. Good thing Wataru got here when he did. Otherwise, they may have subjected him to personality rehabilitation.
Yep, that's basically it. I made sure they didn't know where this hideout was before I left. This was originally a unit for the Sumeragi family. It'd be bad if Chief Kaito found out we're here. But it seems like we're fine for now.
I haven't told my brother that we're using this unit, but we should be careful. We own many others, so I don't think they'd find this place right away. In any case, I can't believe my brother made me into a traitor.
Yuito.
It's really made it clear to me that he sided with the government. Not that I didn't already know that.
Anyway, since I'll be staying here from now on, rest assured that nobody will find this hideout. More importantly, do you still have the thing Major General Fubuki gave you?
I have it right here.
What is it?
It's for Arahabaki, a one-time use key code generator.
Why would he give something that important to...
Major General Fubuki entrusted the key code generator to you because he thought he might not come back alive.
Have you heard anything from him?
I've tracked him leaving the old OSF hospital. He completely disappeared from all systems after that. I hope he hasn't been captured by the government.
My brother saved Fubuki, I'm sure of it. We have nothing to worry about.
That reminds me. I wonder if it's true that former Major General Karen and Luca were both duds.
I'll look for him on my end, too. Besides, you guys don't have the luxury of worrying about anyone. They're calling you demons and hypocrites in Suo. Our stocks are limited. If you don't make contact with Togetsu or Seiran soon, we're gonna run out of supplies.
How could they do this? They were just hailing him as a hero.
It's fine. They shouldn't have been calling me a hero in the first place. There's actually something I wanted to tell all of you. It seems that I was born without powers.
But you have powers. What are you saying?
You know how I was being treated at the old OSF hospital as a kid? Seems like I was subjected to an experiment that caused me to acquire my power. I think the reason why my powers have been on the fritz lately is because they were artificially engineered. It probably puts a huge strain on my mind.
Are you sure you're okay with telling us this? That you used to be a dud?
Oh, is he sensitive about having been a dud? I mean, hiding it doesn't change the truth. And I figured you all deserve to know, considering all the trouble my unstable power caused you.
It's no trouble. Really. Yeah, we're just worried about you. It's only natural for us to worry.
But thank you for telling us. I've heard there are many people without powers who live their life suffering in secret.
It's sad, but I do believe that is the case.
And if something ever happens, you know we have your back.
Thanks. All right. We should rest here a little bit and figure out what to do next.
It will probably be impossible to recover Nagi's memory data now. I guess this means Major General Fubuki's plan will have to be put on hold.
Okay. Such an absolute sucker for things that look like animals.
So you were admitted to this hospital when you were little as part of an experiment on duds? I can't believe they locked kids in a hospital to experiment on them. Must have been scary. That's unforgivable.
I don't really remember it, but thanks for worrying about me.
Yeah, what you'll be happy to know then, Plants, is that when this game came out, within, I want to say like a month or so after it launched, they released the anime version of it. So there's an entire Scarlet Nexus anime that coincided with the launch of the Scarlet Nexus video game. And within the video game, there is a side quest that you can only complete if you watch the anime, because in each episode of the anime, there will be a random code just hidden somewhere in any random scene that you need to get that code and then enter it in the game as part of a side quest. Or you just look up a list of all the codes, as I did. But yeah. So there's an anime of the game that it looks like an anime. I thought that was really cool too. That's a very inventive way to get people interested in both your properties. To all members of the OSF, this is the OSF Vision Simulator Operation System. This is a message to notify you that a new mission has been added to the Vision Simulator. Okay, hold on. Just saying I can do extra side quest stuff. I'll give you a little information on both Seiron and Tagetsu while you think about where to go next. Tagetsu, like Major General Karan said, is a religious nation located on the Hino Mountain. Outsiders don't know much about what goes on there. The only thing that's certain is that it's freezing cold. Be ready for that if you plan to go. Seiron, on the other hand, is Major General Karan's group's base of operations, meaning they consider him a comrade. Knowing that they're researching those ampules and the weaponized others, it's just as fishy as Suo. I don't know if they can be trusted. The city itself is known for being more peaceful than Suo. I don't know how peaceful we can call it since the rebellion, though. That's difficult. We can't fully trust either one. I do not like how much is unknown about Tagetsu. That does mean there is much to learn. The advantage in Seiron is that we at least know who we are up against. I will leave the final decision to you, Yumito. And just because I know we've only gotten to see a couple of others right now. That hospital seemed to really only have 2 of them. We'll give you a nice little look at some of the different others here. So you have your pools. Jewel Pool is a unique and new one that is only in the special extra missions. You have your rummies, which usually have some kind of a mannequin look to them, like that. Yeah. Then you have your Pendus, which are flying enemies usually. Does Jewel Pool rhyme or not? I guess it could. The paws are some of my favorites because that's just double jointed legs, high heels, weird metal spine, tail with a ball, all that. Saw's paws is very special because its paws, it's literally 2 arms forming legs, and the feet are some kind of weird saw thing. Welcome to the channel, Volt. Base paws, we've encountered those. So yeah, they're the special ones that you have to teleport to get. Then you have your yawns. You have Brawn Yawn, Grin Yawn. They're basically giant gator things. The pounds are also flying enemies. Yeah, that one has a bunch of metal spikes in its head for some reason. They scare me. That's what we said when we first went through this on Cassani's route, was just what was the brain that came up with these? Like this is rat rut. The ruts are very interesting. So that's like, okay, not really harmful. It's not, it's just whatever. Oh, okay, so it's got like weird mechanical snake thing eating itself, and then is that like a peach in the middle? A peach cut in half? The Santas, you have the Santas as well. The Santas that have weird pustules going on and like octopus limbs. The pounds, there's I can't remember which pound it is, but there's one pound that you come across in a future area that is such a pain in the ass. And then you have your weird goat-type monster thing. The Augur Sabat, which has a really weird eye face. Here it's like, aww. Yeah. Winery Chineries. Gotta love the Chineries. Slippy Chinery, which has a... That's how that works. Those may be goats, but these streamers goated. Then you have your Gunkin Perry, which is just all sorts of things going on. All sorts of things going on. I think that one sprays with oil, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, and then Parchment, since you said you might have missed it. So yeah, that's what Cassani's little sister got turned into. Yeah. And then you have just the general enemies. Yeah. But yeah, that's just some of the enemies, because like I say, there's some that we haven't encountered yet in this playthrough. What's the anime live stream? If I could, I would. If I wouldn't get insta-banned, oh man. And then of course we have all of our characters. All of our many, many characters. Kodama and Yuta, they are, they're quite interesting. But I have to say, aesthetically, like that outfit and the colors used, that's just so cool. That's so beautiful. Which just reinforces the whole, you know, everything's really cool looking. And that's Daddy Kagero. That's Daddy Kagero. And because no anime is complete without your what would you call it? Your frenemy, your friendly rival. This is the friendly rival for I think both Cassani and Yuito. Shiden. He literally does do the old anime, yeah. Because of course. So yeah, that's just a little bit. And you heard the mention of.
So I'm a rebel.
You heard the mention of Arahabaki. Arahabaki is, as you can tell, this is a very, very, very controlled society. Arahabaki is a giant computer that basically controls everything in the city. From like ads and lights and stuff, they're actually called visions, and they're like holographs and everything. Controls all of that, controls all information, television, everything. Hey, Senseless. Hey, that's alright. Hope your errands went well, and hey, it's good to see ya. Where's Ash Ketchum? Gotta be the very best, like no one ever. So yeah, that's a short little fill-in for people.
I can't believe Suo was after me. I don't know if I should go to Togetsu or Seiran, but what Seiran is doing is unforgivable.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna end up at Togetsu. And as I mentioned earlier, yeah, the outfits they're wearing, all of this is customizable, and I love that it carries on into every cutscene. Every cutscene, they have whatever it is you've given them. So yeah, in case you were wondering, no, the wings that Cassani is wearing, those are not natural. Those are the wings I gave her. Citizens are shocked to learn that Yuito Sumeragi, once hailed as a patriotic hero, has been labeled a traitor. The government is seeking the surrender of Yuito Sumeragi for fleeing to Seiran, but Sumeragi is continuing to flee. Once considered a hero, public sentiment turned against him after he dispatched others he invited into the community himself in an attempt to deceive our nation. Oh, so that's how they're painting it. They're claiming that he...
I don't think I've spoken to Hanabi lately.
Interesting. So you're saying she can't fly? Boo. She can fly around our hearts. We could try a mission. I haven't really gone on many of these. Oh hey, there we go. Let's do a rematch against Cassani. Let's see how that goes. Because I think this might have her using brain drive.
Still fight!
Here we go!
That's close.
I'm taking your fire! Here we go!
Impressive. Leave it to me.
Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
Good.
This is bad.
Come on. Here we go. And now, let's go.
That was close.
Stuck.
Here we go.
That was good.
Come on.
Yuito, a memory's in danger.
I can still fight. Is everyone okay? Don't hesitate.
Get ready, Yuito.
I'll take care of it. I feel the power coursing through me. I'll protect you all. I'll destroy everything. Don't strain yourself. I'm feeling really good.
It got me.
Yuito, let me help you.
I'll protect you all. I'll destroy everything. There's nothing I can't do.
Here we go. Taking your fire.
That is indeed the pen protagonist. Oh, interesting. So I guess you can also fight against Yuito, but I wonder if you fight against Yuito as Yuito. Playing through a story, so apparently it's gonna get weird soon. You have no idea. Yeah, it gets real weird. Yeah, so the missions, that's stuff that they added in one of the post-launch patches, and it was like everything they've added since the game came out has been free, and that's been so cool. From additional cosmetic stuff to missions to extra difficulties, like all sorts of stuff they've added. Including, they also added in... Yeah, they added in these challenges, which give you all sorts of extra... materials and stuff. Complete Cassani story within 15 hours. So it took me 38 hours and 49 minutes to beat her story. And then we added on, I think, a couple extra hours because we wanted to go back in it to do to get a couple of weapon things. Just here for the waifus. Okay, yeah. Okay, first we need to go to the shop. We need to see if there's any more gifts to... Oh, more products, all right. There are many. There's also Momfu, which I believe we've already met. Okay, we need... Are there any new gifts? Any new gifts? Ooh. Hanging Scroll Solid. This hanging scroll uses a motif based on the kanji for the word solid. The skilled calligrapher has works preferred by people who practice martial arts and are hung in training halls. Solid means the sturdy protection of a castle wall. We'll give Luca a drone. He doesn't love it, but he's the only one that wants it, so... Okay, well, that's everything. Yeah, I don't think we ever have to worry about weapons until we get to the end game. Alright, Luca, we brought you a drone. That is a lot of hours, but I'm sitting here with over 100 hours of Hades for all the stories, yeah.
Thank you.
It would be nice if we could control the crow's drones like this, too. Alright, so is Luca flying his drone around now? Yeah, there it is, yeah. That's another thing that's really cool. The gifts you give them, they will use them. You'll see them using them. In Cassani's story, it is extremely important to give Yuito... you know what, here, we'll because I know I have it saved. It is extremely important to give Yuito all of the gifts you can, because then you get wonderful moments like this. It's just so precious. Love it. I love it. But yeah, giving all the gifts is wonderful. And just the character moments. So you get give Luca enough gifts. You get Luca being king of the mountain, super swole. You get Hanabi trying to use an ab roller. And then you get Momfu, whose power is duplication, giving herself a shoulder massage. It's just too wonderful. This is completely unrelated to the game, but you should play Final Fantasy XIV because then you get to create a world like this, and you get to be happy and joyful. Anyway, let's go back. Faceplant is exactly what happens if I try to use one. Gemma has something for us. Well, first, let's give him a gift. Gemma, we brought you a scroll.
This is for me?
You want to give something so nice to me? Thank you. Hope you don't mind if I hang it up in the hideout. There was a scroll hanging in the dojo I used to train in. It's so bright. Neat. Alright. Bond episode. Who's ready for some feels?
Hey, Gamma. Are you free right now? Do you want to go somewhere with me again? Gemma?
Sorry, I was just thinking.
Is something the matter? I'm here if you need to talk.
Yeah, maybe I should talk to someone. One of my friends who retired from the OSF has gone missing.
Are there any leads?
I first learned about it when I got a message from his younger brother. We hadn't talked in a while. He asked me if I might have any ideas, but I couldn't give him any. I was just wondering what to do now.
I can see why you're worried. Is there anything I can do?
No, I can't trouble you with this. It's a personal problem.
But I want to help. Why don't you just tell me what you can? It couldn't hurt.
Thank you. I'll take you up on that. The friend who went missing was an old classmate, and then we worked together in the same platoon when he was still in the OSF. But as the years went by, the anti-aging medication's effects weakened, and his body began to age. It's something all children of the state have to face eventually, but he reached his limit sooner than me. His powers waned as he aged, and fighting became too difficult. He retired this past spring.
I see. I'm glad he managed to retire safely and not get hurt or die.
Yeah, but children of the state face a tough situation after retirement. The body ages normally after they stop taking the medication, but the abuse their brains sustained over so long a time is significant. Many retired soldiers deal with various issues, stemming from their body's changes exacerbating their brain's fatigue.
It's that tough for them? Can't they treat that with medication?
I hear there are many who receive treatment, but it's not easily cured. If it becomes prolonged, it also affects the patient psychologically.
Do you think your friend wasn't feeling well after retiring?
Yeah, he was tired, physically and mentally. I tried my best to stay in touch after he left, but after a while he just kept asking me about the OSF and my missions. It seemed like he wanted to come back. He missed his old job after having trouble adjusting to retirement.
I mean, he was with the OSF for decades after all. It's tough to instantly change your life.
He never wanted to retire to begin with. Those who can no longer fight will never be able to return to the OSF. I decided to distance myself from him, so he can finally move on from the military and build a new life for himself. I didn't reply to his messages or meet up with him. Looking back now, that was probably too harsh. His brother said it was cold of me to cut off all contact like that. I can't blame his brother for saying that. It might be my fault he disappeared. Maybe I pushed him away when he needed me the most.
You did it for your friend's sake. You can't blame yourself for that. For now, you should do what you can. Have you tried calling your friend?
No, I haven't reached out to him yet.
Then try messaging him. Even if you don't know where he is, it should reach him if he's safe. Maybe he's just waiting for you to contact him.
You're right. Waiting here won't get me anywhere. I'll take your advice and do whatever I can. There's no reply.
He might need time to notice the message. Let's wait a little longer to see if it reaches him.
Or it reached him, but he's not planning to reply. There's no way for us to know. Back when we were in the OSF together, we could easily brain talk with each other and had GPS to know our location.
Yeah, that's not available since he retired. He has to go through the trouble of accessing a terminal.
I can't really relate how inconvenient things are after you retire. But he must have been going through a lot.
Yeah. Why don't you keep messaging him and wait to see what happens for now? I'll see if there's anything else we could do.
I'm glad for your help. I'll let you know if I learn anything.
Okay. Poor Gemma. I never really thought about what people do after they retire. Is there anything more I can do? I know. The OSF database could have information on Gemma's friend. The data's locked. I guess that's not a surprise. Wataru, you got a sec?
Yo, what's up?
There's an OSF matter I want you to look into whenever you're free.
OSF. So information that can't be found through official channels. Okay, send me the info. I'll look into it.
Thanks, Wataru. I hope we find a lead on Gemma's friend.
I guess I don't need to mention it, but you don't avoid me.
I have no reason to. Do other people avoid you?
Yeah, the youngsters probably feel awkward around an old man like me. I'm used to it, but it can still hurt, so I'm grateful.
It's neat how the Bond episodes you have with the characters are different depending on who your main character is, too. Yay, we can use assault vision with him. All right.
This is what it means to trust each other.
Yeah, I trust you to have my back.
And you heard him mention anti-aging medication, so that's something that OSF stands for oppression, stands for Other Suppression Force. Suppressing the others, the monsters. The way that the government works here is that when you're born and as you grow, basically if you have powers, if you are seen to, whether genetically or whatever, if you're seen to be able to develop powers, you are by law required to join the OSF. You get drafted no matter what. With the anti-aging thing, that's because they want when they find you, whatever age they find you at, that's when they give you the anti-aging. So you stay that age while you're working for the OSF, and most people join young, but some get scouted later in life. I believe Gemma was one of them that got scouted, I think. And yeah, that's part of it. They're basically forced into it. They have no choice in the matter, and they could work for who knows how long, and then when they stop working, they're going to be aging, but they're going to be deteriorating at an extreme rate. It would have to be, since the characters have different sides of the main story too. Before we continue with the Bond episode, I just want to show you all Masubi's, because that's where we went with Arashi. We went to a restaurant. This is that restaurant.
I sort of feel like someone is in trouble. I want to help them if we find them.
And so this is Masubi's, and this game really loves its use of holographics and stuff. So you can see the little holographic fishies on the floor, the simulated water, everything like that. I always thought Masubi's was pretty neat and cool, and this of course is Masubi, and is the person that, if you watch the anime, you talk to this person to do all the anime-related side questing. Oh, hey, there is a person here. Others prefer to consume human brains, but if no people are present, they will prey on the brains of wild animals. It's reprehensible. Others are hindering my progress of wild animal research. That violent other is especially destructive to the environment. Would you make sure those others are taken care of? I want to protect the environment as much as I can. Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of neat places. There's some really cool stuff in Suo, but we are not allowed to go to the city right now. And yeah, lots of neat places that you go through throughout the game. Sending messages isn't satisfying if there's no reply. Can we talk so I can get my mind off it? Anything is fine. Reply whenever you see this. So anything is fine. Okay. That reminds me of the lyrics of a popular song. I don't know it very well, but it's about... But it's about a reply to a message not coming. So they can't sleep, and they can't eat. Oh, I remember. It's a love song. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make a joke or anything. Love is about being upset and feeling down, right? I don't understand that feeling at all anymore. I guess it's because I'm getting old. I know that love isn't for me. Thanks, I learned something. Good news, Yuito. I finished an update to the program. I'll beat Masubi's. It's time for more Arashi. I'm kinda used to this now. I'm on my way to Masubi's.
I've added new functions to version 1.1 of the Forced Break program. It's a system that teaches you simple relaxation methods when you enter rest mode. Now give it a try.
I didn't come here to test this, Arashi. Why don't you quit developing this program?
You came all the way here to tell me that? What a waste of time. You should have just refused when I invited you.
No, I think it's important for me to tell you this.
I'm all ears for your elegant speech, oh great one.
It's not like that. I just don't know about forcing a break through a program. There are easier ways to help people relax. You could offer to listen to their problems, or give them some advice.
I see. I'll have to explore those options. Why don't you tell me about your problems then, Yuito?
What?
I'm taking your suggestion. You have a lot of pent-up feelings because of all this hard work you're doing, right? So, out with it.
I don't know where to start. Like my family and brother?
Chief Sumeragi? That's a bit of a touchy issue.
Yeah. I had no idea he was involved in something like that. He even set me up as a traitor. My dad didn't tell me anything either.
I understand your confusion. Although I can understand why the chief did what he did.
Does that mean you approve of their methods?
I didn't say that. I don't endorse them or forgive what they did. However, the way they're willing to sacrifice their own family if necessary is something I can see myself doing.
Would you be able to do that to Major General Fubuki? You could sacrifice your own brother depending on the situation?
I would, but he wouldn't be able to make the same decision. For better or worse, he's still a child. You two are similar in that way.
What's that supposed to mean?
Children think they can save everyone, but that's not how reality works. There will always be something that needs to be sacrificed. Grown-ups have to figure out the line to draw on what to give up.
I think you hate being that kind of grown-up.
Is that so? Well, you might be right. If I stayed a kid, I might be happier thinking I could do anything. Being able to selfishly slack off whenever I want is something a grown-up gets to do. Pretty cool, right?
It is. It really is.
No, grown-ups shouldn't slack off.
Yes, we should.
You really are so much like him.
No parchment. No. Don't go down that road. Don't you dare bring up that episode. The program I was developing got put on hold, so now I have nothing to do. Do you have anything else to talk about? The Arashi Support Center is open for business. I'm surprised to hear you asked for work, Arashi. Could you take a look at the place in front of my SAS? I had adjusted to make sure it's okay. Having a serious youngster around is rubbing off on me. Thinking I'd work a little harder. Oh. It seems that while I was writing this reply, the Arashi Support Center closed for the day. Sorry, maybe next time. What? Would I do something like that? No. Oh, we get to hang out with Shiden. Hey, Yuito. I want to tell you something. Come to Masubi's now. Trying to ignore where we stand and just talk to you. You'll listen to me if you know what's good for you. I know I sound like a broken record, but don't keep me waiting. You're all gonna love-hate Shiden. Yeah, I got it. I'm going now. I said it before, but let's forget whose side we're on when we talk. I guess it doesn't really seem like you care about that, Shiden. I'll be there soon.
You're late again, but it's fine. I forgive you.
Thanks. So, what do you want?
I have some things to say about the way you fight.
The way I fight?
Yeah. I've seen you fight many times, and you have a lot of wasted movement. You're no longer a cadet. If you want to call yourself an OSF soldier, don't just flounder around. On the battlefield, you need to always be reading your enemy's movements and consider your next move. Use your brain.
So he calls me here to criticize me? What the hell is he thinking?
Hey, are you listening? I'm spending my precious time on you here.
Hang on. I don't really know what's going on. Why did you want to talk?
Because you helped me before, however slightly. I'm returning the favor by giving you some advice.
That was advice? Sounded a lot like you were making fun of me.
What? You can leave if you don't want my advice. I thought you'd want to get stronger.
He's annoying, but he has been in the OSF longer than me. If he really wants to help, I guess I'll listen. All right, I'm all ears.
A wise decision. You can't win without hard work. Though I'm sure that doesn't make sense to someone who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
He can't stop with the insults. I bet he doesn't have any friends.
Back to the subject. I told you to read your enemy's movements, but it must be hard for an inexperienced rookie to do that. Instead of relying on hazy knowledge, it's better to work on reaction time and calm decision-making skills.
I see.
Unfortunately, you lack both right now. It's a miracle you're still alive. Was it incredibly good luck, or was it your teammates? If you don't want to die young, you need to get better.
I listened to you, and all you did was insult me. You hate my guts. Any reason why?
What? I go out of my way to help you, and you think that's an insult?
Come on, that last bit was definitely an insult.
Fine. I'll tell you if you really want to know. I haven't liked you since the first day I met you. Since I was scouted, I worked for years to get strong. I've been near death more times than I can count. How could I like someone who was born in the Sumeragi family and pampered his whole life?
Who my family is doesn't matter. I'm my own person.
No matter what you think of yourself, everyone else only sees the Sumeragi boy.
That may be true, but that's why everyone was prejudiced against me, even though I worked so hard. But if I say that, Shiden will have a field day with it.
If you don't like it, you have to become strong enough to surpass your name. But if you can't listen to advice, it'll be impossible. The fact that a volunteer soldier like you made it into Captain Seto's platoon had to have been because of your family connections.
What?
Another thing I hate is those dolls you guys collect. That little pack-in or whatever. What's cute about such a weird little thing?
He just insulted Baki.
There are some things you just don't say. It's Baki, not Packin.
Damn right.
That's rude to Baki. What's with you anyway? You're just spewing insults now.
What? You're the one who complained when I was just trying to give you advice.
That wasn't advice. It was just nagging and insults. I've had enough. I'm out of here.
Fine.
What's with him? Did he actually think that was advice? It's like he's made of insults. Next time he calls me, I just won't show up.
I mean, I agree. He insulted Baki. Hi, Buffalo Cowboy. Oh, that's precious. Thank you. I'm very much not Keanu Reeves. I need to do some use an abdominal roller a bit more before I look like Keanu Reeves. But thank you. Been through. Part says I've gone through that episode 3 different ways. By the way. Okay. Yeah. See, I was thinking more sober, not sober, and extremely not sober, because that's the only way I could. Just yeah. That first time was like, okay, I don't have spoons. Yeah. I think that's all the... Oh, okay. Alright, doing some squash. Maybe switching gears tonight. Tozu can't make it. Probably going to unlock coils instead. Oh, okay. I did... Barius and I... Well, Barius won't be here tonight because Sunday night is his... he goes and hangs out with somebody. But we did today go and complete the next... Basically... The next 3 parts of Eden, I'm all ready for. So if you still do end up wanting to do them tonight, or if everybody wants to do them tonight, then yeah, I'm down. But if not, that's cool as well.
What's the matter, Hanabi? Why are you sighing? Did something happen?
Oh, Yuito. No, it's nothing.
Come on, you can tell me. We've known each other since we were kids.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks. So, the other day when I was battling an other, I accidentally burned a building that was nearby, and Gemma scolded me. He said that my control of my powers was rough, and I'd eventually end up hurting those I need to protect.
He doesn't mince words.
He's right, though. I wasn't paying enough attention. Gemma asked me what I wanted to be as a member of the OSF, and to think hard about what I'm fighting for. The thing is, I still can't picture what I want to strive for.
Right. You did mention that you never thought about what you wanted to do in the OSF.
Yeah. And the things we've seen since joining? You know, the suspicious secrets and inhumane experiments? Just awful things that ruined that image I had of the OSF as a kid.
That's true.
After finding out that the organization we're in caused a lot of suffering to so many people, I can't picture anything positive when someone asks me what I want to fight for as a member of the OSF.
I understand that feeling of disappointment. Finding out this isn't the organization you thought it was. But you're the one who's out there fighting. You just need to figure out what you're fighting for as an individual, not as part of the OSF.
My reason for fighting... I'm not sure if I have one.
I bet you'll come up with something if you think about it. I mean, if there's no reason, then why have you been fighting by my side all this time?
It's because you...
I what?
Nothing. I'll try thinking about it some more.
Okay, but there's no rush. I'm always here if you want to talk.
Thanks. It's not like me to doubt myself like this. Feeling sad won't change anything. All right. I'm going to find a reason to fight.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Thanks for cheering me up.
You were always cheering me up when we were kids, so it's my turn now.
You don't owe me anything, but I'm happy to hear you say that. Thanks for listening.
Sure. Just let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Don't worry. I will.
Oh, Hanabi.
This might not come out right, but it's more fun living in the unit than I thought.
It's a little inconvenient, though.
Yeah, but everyone in our platoon is nice, and I'm always with you. I hope we can keep fighting together. Being with you makes me feel... safe.
Yay! New assault vision. We got a golden Baki doll. Oh my
Maybe
gosh.
it's time to move beyond being childhood friends. What? Nothing.
Why are you anxious? I like that we're childhood friends.
And Nabi's more awkward than Tsugumi. Look at the golden Baki. All hail the golden Baki. The beautiful, beautiful Baki. Actually, I haven't checked yet, but I do wonder if, because I'm pretty sure this is Bandai Namco. I wonder if they have been selling Baki dolls. I mean, Baki is pretty central to Yuito. Oh, Luke is still flying the drone around. Oh, okay. So yeah, everyone. So what's we had been maybe planning to do was Audie was going to. We had been maybe planning to do some Final Fantasy XIV rating, and I don't know what all is going to happen. Sounds like maybe doing. Sounds like sounds like Audie may be unlocking Coil and doing some MSQ. Yeah, so we may not do the dual stream tonight. I don't know. We'll see what's up once we get done with my stream, or once we get to my normal end time here. I haven't checked Discord all stream. Apparently I influenced Cerberus to munch down on a delicious, really delicious looking cheeseburger and fries. Damn, that's good looking. It looks like it's got like true pickles to it. No, you're fine, Audie. You're absolutely fine. I was down for whatever. If you're just gonna work on unlocking coils and MSQ, that's totally cool. We'll just raid you and say hi and all that. You know, yeah, whatever it is that you're doing once we get done here, you know, I'll check in and see. But yeah, it's totally fine. That, you know, if you're gonna be doing that, I could always raid you, and that could give me time to play some Bravely Default 2, because I didn't play any of it today. I wanted to. I intended to. I was like, cool, it's Sunday, I'm gonna do that. Nope. I made another TikTok, and then went and did a couple roulettes, and then Barius was on and decided to unlock some Eden. Yeah, I will foreshadow this for you, Audie. No spoilers, but I'm going to foreshadow for you. The fun that we had last night with the Transformer, with Titan Transformer, pales in comparison to what's coming up. Oh, fucking hell! One of them, Barius and I and the whole crew that we queued up with, we died. I think we did a full party wipe once, but I know myself, I died like 9 or 10 times in it, and I was a healer, so not good. What was extra special fun was the point where I was literally the only person alive. Just me. No one else. And I think Barius was still healing at that time. I got Barius up, and then I died instantly, and then Barius was able to get someone up, and yeah, we basically got dragged out for an extra couple minutes and then wiped. So there's gonna be fun ahead in Eden, but it's really cool. It's all really cool. So much screenshot potential for you, but also the music is, oh Man, the music's getting so awesome. And I think that was Plants that said earlier, anyone else just absolutely vibe out when this music comes on. I mean, you've seen me on camera all night. The Safe House jam is extremely my jam. It's just so damn just groovy. Just love it. Love it so much. I think that's all of the. Oh, you were talking about when you were a kid, so I got all nostalgic. We went on so many adventures in that hospital. Yeah, you would drag me around by the hand. I always looked forward to seeing you. Me too. I still hope that I can cheer you up like I used to. As I said when we were going through this game in Cassani's route, the game is overloaded with anime tropes, but like it's enjoyable. It's overloaded in an enjoyable way. Yeah, there's just so much to it. Oh damn, I forgot about Brain Drive, or the Brain Map. I haven't really gotten any extra points though. I think mainly because I haven't really leveled up at all. Since I'm playing on hard, leveling, I got a lot of leveling early and then I just haven't moved forward at all. It just hasn't gone up. I'm also surprised that we haven't had a team bond mission yet, but maybe that's not until we get the full team together. Okay, and before we continue on, I just want to make sure all the presents we have given to... Okay, good. Gamma I haven't really dressed up much, because, I mean, Gamma just already looks like a complete unit, you know? Segumi I added the, I changed the outfit and added the shades too, because I thought that's just like it's a real baller look right there. And of course the wings on Hanabi, I thought that looked cool. Luca I haven't done anything yet too either. We'll figure out what cosmetics to use there. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Before we continue on, I'm just going to update the Twitter real quick, since we are entering our last hour. John Oliver and Borderlands are trending. That's a crossover I didn't know was happening. Oh, and Parchment, I didn't see until now that you gave me a shout out. Thank you, Parchment. Thank you so much. John Oliver is trending because he's back tonight or next week, and also because people are dunking on Domar. Well, that's always good. It's always good that he gets dunked on. Interesting. Let me, something's off. 1 second here. I'm just suggesting something because I've noticed that it doesn't seem like the charity bot has posted into chat this stream, and I think that's because I had increased. I think that's because I had increased the chat lines for that and a different bot thing. There we go. Just wanted to make sure that that gets updated. Okay, let us continue.
I'm tired. I should rest a while.
Also, this is the game where there are plenty of times that your controller is going to turn off while you're going through cutscenes.
Do you guys have a minute? We need to talk about what we should do next.
We were talking about either going to Togetsu or Seiron.
Yeah, but I don't think there's much difference between Seiron and New Himuka, especially when I think about those ampules. That's why I'm thinking about reaching out to Togetsu.
Does that mean our only option is defecting to Togetsu?
No, we're not just going to be running away. I have no idea what kind of place it is, after all. All I know is that it's an independent religious state, and that they may have information Suo and Seiron don't. Unlike my father and brother, I've grown up not knowing what this government, what this country is really like. Even now, there's probably more I don't know about this place than I do. That's why I want to find out. I just want to do whatever gives us the best chance to learn something new. What do you guys think?
I agree. The hideout might be safe, but nothing would change if we just sat here and held our breath. Besides, Togetsu's isolation means a lower chance of being attacked by Suo or Cassani on Seiron's behalf.
I don't know what kind of place it is, but it might be worth checking out.
I don't mean to make this a case of process of elimination, but I doubt we can get any more information from Suo or Seiron. Besides, as someone looking to uncover this country's secrets, I'm intrigued by Togetsu. It might also give me a chance to learn my brother's true intentions.
Actually, there is something I remember about Togetsu. A while back ago, my uncle had mentioned about a deal he had made with them for work.
You mean the OSF hospital?
Yeah. Even though it's an independent city, they apparently have normal business transactions. What is it that they were dealing? I think he said food and medical supplies, although I'm not sure if it's still going on to this day.
It's likely that there's more to the deal than that.
If the OSF hospital is involved, it will surely be connected to power research or metamorphosis technology.
Is it just me, or does Togetsu seem a little fishy?
We have to accept a certain level of danger. As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, I think so too. Thanks for remembering something so important, Hanabi. We'll be able to keep an eye out for that now.
You're coming, right? To Togetsu? I mean... Of course. Whatever deals my uncle had with them have nothing to do with me. And if they're doing something bad, we'll just take them out.
I'm not sure we should go there looking to pick a fight.
Figuratively speaking. I'm glad you'll be coming with us, Hanabi. You make people feel so... warm inside. What? Really? Like, I set the mood for the group?
More like Togetsu is in the middle of snow-covered mountains.
What? You're after my pyrokinesis?
Well, Commander, I guess we know our platoon's goal now.
Yeah, you're right. let's move out. Our next destination is Togetsu.
Hieno Mountain. It's all snow and ice.
It's cold. Colder than I thought.
I was muted. Thank you. What I was saying is because Ban, I saw that Ban started a voice chat. Ban's probably watching and was hoping to get a reaction there. Hi, Ban. Yeah, we're going to a religious state that's sealed off from the rest of the world, so, you know, nothing to worry about there, right?
It finally broke. Let's go, everyone.
Come on.
It's split. Take down the real one and the dummy will disappear. Yuito, figure it out.
Are those ice statues around us? They're shaped weird.
I can hit it!
Apparently they're alterations of the snow and ice. They don't know what causes them, but they occur in snowy areas where others are. Huh.
Yeah, there's nothing weird about ice sculptures appearing in the places that others appear. And yes, I know what you're all thinking. This is extremely anime music. Are we gonna have pounds?
That one explodes.
There we go.
Don't get too close to it.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Following this, Gamma. Here we go.
That must be its weak spot.
I'll be your shield.
If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Pounds. I hate the pounds. Pounds were at least easier on the other playthrough because we had somebody that could slow time, but now? Oh.
Use it well.
Good job taking the initiative.
Use it.
The enemy dropped something.
Here we go.
Thanks, I'll take it.
nothing of interest here.
It finally broke. Let's go, everyone.
Let's go!
I found a weak spot. Yeah. Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified.
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Nabi.
Here we go!
Leave it to me!
This is our powers together.
Yeah, we worked really well together.
Here we go!
Over there. That's the other we need to take care of. Use something big to break its outer shell. Use psychokinesis. Spray something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Now die! Come on!
That must be its weak spot.
Whoa! Ah, no, it's writing something! Ah!
I'm sprouting. Hey. Do it, Yuito!
Nice. It's burning. Now.
Come on!
Go, Yuito.
No one's here. I guess they wouldn't be.
Togetsu is farther up the mountain. It acts like a natural fortress for the city.
There's pounds in them that are I suppose.
Here you go! Do you like my power?
Yeah. It's pretty hard to control the fire.
We've been walking for a long time. Wataru, how much farther to Togetsu?
Quite a while. You're not even halfway there.
It really is in the middle of the mountains. Are you okay, Luca?
Yes, I'll manage. These steep paths, though, they're hard for someone as small as I am.
Get behind me. I can at least block the wind.
Thank you. I should really start training like you do.
Togetsu is the home of the Faith's main temple. Do you know what kind of religion it is? Apparently it's kind of like a cult. That's what I heard, at least.
With their main temple this far from civilization, it's only normal to assume they'd be ascetics in tune with nature.
Let's see. The Togetsu faith. Ah, here we go. It's a moon-worshipping religion. One of their tenets is that the soul will return to the moon. The founder is Hitoyo Pope. The religion has a long history, but it looks like they've always lived quietly in the mountains here.
You would think the fact that New Himuka allows them to govern themselves must mean that they aren't that big.
I'm sure Kagero knows a lot more. He was a Togetsu believer, after all. Did he tell you anything, Sugumi?
No. Kagero... he didn't talk much about the Togetsu faith.
Oh. Well, they have a unique lifestyle there, but they're not totally cut off from us. I don't think they'll turn you away at the gate.
That's what former Major General Karin said. We probably won't be welcomed with open arms, but I hope they'll at least listen to us. Okay, just a little farther to Togetsu.
Yeah, again, nothing at all could possibly come bad from going to meet up with a group that lives in the mountains and worships the moon. Never been any problems like that before.
Let's go.
Let me in your eyes.
Isolate them.
Found the weak spot. Yeah.
I can hit it. There.
All right. That's not ominous, right? No?
It finally broke. Let's go, everyone.
Oh, I've remembered. Okay. My apologies if there's any curse words that come out of my mouth in the next few minutes.
Maybe Sugumi's clairvoyance.
Thanks, Sugumi. Hey.
Don't get too close to that other. You'll get caught in this explosion.
Now die! Come on!
That was good coordination.
I'm taking your fire. I'm borrowing this, Gemma.
Don't let that one up.
Good.
Water attack? Getting wet limits your mobility, so be careful.
Here we go. Leave it to me. I need support. Now die! Come on!
Use fire when it's covered in oil.
Nice fire! You got this!
That must be its weak spot.
Here we go!
Your mobility declines when you're wet.
Hey!
Okay. I'm feeling very sus because I know there's a complete and total piece of garbage that occurs here, but maybe that's a little bit later. Either that, or maybe I just have gotten better at dealing with the winery chinery than I used to.
Let's go.
I'll warm us up with my pyrokinesis. Sorry. A sustained burn really tires me out. That's enough of that. Hey, that other! It's the one we're supposed to take down.
Another one!
That attack worked. That must be a weak.
I can hit it!
That other shell is quite hard. Attack it with something heavy by using psychokinesis. Successfully reached shell. Attack now. Go, Yuito!
Leave it to me! Come on! Here we go! I can hit it! It's over!
Finish this, Yuito!
My clairvoyance. Use it, Yuito. I got this.
Yeah!
That was a good attack.
Here we go! I can hit it!
Found a weak spot. Yeah.
Come on!
You should be able to break the outer shell and keep attacking.
Yeah!
Here we go.
Here we go!
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you. Shell breach confirmed. Put the pressure on.
I can hit it! It's over! Time! Yeah!
Go, Yuito!
Here you go.
Thanks, Luca! Thanks, Sugumi!
That must be a weak spot.
Now die! Come on!
Here we go.
Okay. Here we go.
Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified.
Bet you didn't know there was skateboarding in this game. Or I guess snowboarding, technically.
That's all of them. Did well, Yuito.
Ah, no.
Let's go.
finally broke. Let's go, everyone.
Nothing weird about that. Nope.
Try using my power, Yuito.
Hanami, let's go! Here we go!
You lit that one up. If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Yuito!
Yeah. Here we go!
It's down. Give it everything you've got. This is good.
What happened?
I'm taking your fire! Let's regroup!
I appreciate the help.
Yeah.
Oh, that's our target.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
This way.
Not yet.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
No.
No, Yuito!
My fault.
I hit the jelly button right before it hit. Ah. Kamikaze pounds are worst pounds.
I'm ready! Yeah. Next.
That's all of them. You did well, Yuito.
This is pretty rare.
It's very like I don't know how to describe it. It's just got this like certain special kind of zenness to it.
I'm taking your
You're
fire!
using my power, Yuito.
That one explodes. Don't get too close to it. If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful. Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified. Nice. It's burning.
Ow.
Not yet.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Isolate them.
My clairvoyance. Use it, Yuito.
It's split. Take down the real one and the dummy will disappear. Yuito, figure it out.
Good timing.
Finish this.
Yeah!
Yuito!
Here we go! Come on!
That must be its weak spot.
Reuse it.
That other is the one we're after. What do you want to do?
Spray something like oil. Don't get it on you. Use something big to break its outer shell. Use psychokinesis. I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I'll be your shield! Here we go!
Whew. I hate those session mounts so much, so much.
A resource reading near here.
What? What even is it? Okay. SAS review. One complaint I have about the game, I wish items were a little bit different for how they, how to use them, because when you're in the middle of a battle, as you've seen me earlier, trying to sort through them to find the right one, that can be pretty frustrating. All right. Hi, Moon Church.
There you are.
Master Yuito has arrived.
Welcome to Togetsu.
Huh? Hello? This isn't what I expected at all.
Lady Hanabi Ichijo, we are forever in your uncle's debt.
Yes, thank you. So, what does he do for you again, my uncle?
He mainly provides us with food and medical supplies, and we give him resources in return.
Resources.
Thank you for this warm welcome. I didn't expect it on an unannounced visit. So we...
You are interested in our knowledge, yes?
Huh?
You are a special guest. Please come with me.
It seems we're being welcomed in, though I don't know why.
You could say it's a stroke of luck, but that's a little too convenient.
You think?
It looks like they know we're here for information.
It seemed like they knew about Yuito and me too. I don't see anything or anyone strange around us, but there are many things I can't see.
It honestly doesn't feel right to me, but we won't know anything unless we keep going. Let's follow those people. Tsugumi, let us know the moment you notice anything. You too, Wataru.
Got it.
Copy that. Be careful. Look at all of them. It's amazing. Are these real books? If I could, I would like to read them all.
Senseless, would you visit strange, weird moon religion people in the mountain to read all their books? Would you go there for the books? This way. Okay, but what if I don't want to go that way? What if I want to go this way? I would be strange, weird religious people in the mountain. But would you worship the moon? It says maybe, yeah. I do dig their triangle aesthetic. I can get down with that. And the furniture that reminds me of the furniture that Magneto had to have in prison. I kind of do already, not primarily, but I do. Yeah. It is many triangles, more triangles than Deus Ex in here.
What is this place?
Please speak to history. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for.
Speak? Who are we supposed to speak to?
Besides us, there's no one else in this room. Oh, maybe she means we should read the book on that desk.
Don't open it.
What is it that you seek?
Kyoka?
What's going on? Why is there an image of Kyoka?
Name, Kyoka. One relevant result. I will provide information about Kyoka Eden. Kyoka Eden is one of the design children created in Togetsu.
Design what? What does this thing mean, created?
Design children. I've heard that phrase before. If I'm not mistaken, they're people that were designed with specific genes for desired outer appearance and physical ability.
I looked into it too. It's basically what Luca said, but it says it's just a theory and impossible to implement.
Yes, it's kind of hard to believe. How could a mere religious group have such advanced technology? And how could Kyoka be one of them?
I've never heard that she was involved with Togetsu, but this vision really does look like her.
This form is not Kyoka Eden. It is Dr. Hitoyo Pope, the expert in neuroscience and power research, and founder of the Togetsu faith.
What? So you're saying Kyoka and Dr. Pope have the same face?
Yes, Kyoka Eden was created based on Dr. Pope.
Dr. Pope made Kyoka?
No. Dr. Pope passed away nearly 2,000 years ago and is no longer with us.
2,000 years ago? The Togetsu faith is that old? That's the same time that New Himuka was founded.
Oh, I see. So, does that mean there's information here on New Himuka from that period? Huh?
The moon watches over you.
It's gone.
It felt like we were having a conversation with it, but I think this is just a database searching terminal with voice controls. And from the looks of it, this terminal doesn't have permission to answer Yuito's last question.
So, can we just try to sit somewhere else?
It doesn't seem too dangerous. Whether or not the information is accurate is another matter.
Right. Okay, let's try another terminal.
Yeah, that'll go well. Moon's kind of important to Chinese. So many triangles, they must be able to do my homework. Yeah, the moon's kind of important to Chinese folk religion, and I do like looking at the moon. I don't worship the moon, though. Apparently has benefits. You get a giant mountain-sized library. A mere religious group. It's like they don't know they're in a JRPG. You would think that the clothes that don't really make sense for a battle environment, and the superpowers and the ludicrous-looking weapons would be a tell, but you know.
Maybe I'll think up a new dish for next time.
Sorry, children, flashbacks to bad folk. I would say don't share it with us. You can suffer on our behalf.
Let me try sitting this time.
What is it that you seek?
Where should I start? Let's see. What was New Himuka like when the country was first founded?
New Himuka. I will provide information on the country's history. New Himuka was founded 2,020 years ago on Earth as a nation of Ark citizens.
Ark citizens? What's that?
The title of the colonists that came to Earth from the moon.
What?
From the moon?
Yes. In the beginning, mankind prospered on Earth. But let us take a look at what happened 3,000 years ago. Environmental changes caused by a shift in the Earth's orbit drastically decreased the human population for a period of time. Humans emigrated to the moon and built a city there to ensure the survival of their species. From there, they moved forward with renovating Earth's environment.
What are you saying?
After the 1,000-year renovation project, Earth's environment became mostly inhabitable again. So a group of colonists were dispatched from the moon. They were the Ark.
I'm not sure I'm quite getting it. You're saying people moved from the Earth to the moon and then came back down to Earth?
Wait a minute, I can't keep up.
They dispatched colonists. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you mean that a group of people were selected to leave the moon?
That is right.
If that's true, then there are still people on the moon, right?
What did you say?
Huh?
The moon watches over you.
Oh. What do you think?
I gave up trying to understand halfway through.
It's so absurd that I almost want to believe it's just a Togetsu fairy tale.
There's no mention of it at all in my info network. It's probably just some religious scripture of Togetsu.
If colonists founded New Himuka, then the founding father, Yakumo Sumeragi, came from the moon.
Hang on. Your ancestor came from the moon?
If what this vision says is true, all the people on Earth are descended from colonists from the moon.
If all that stuff about the moon is true, that means New Himuka is hiding this information.
Is there some kind of reason they don't want anyone to know? I'm like high-key afraid of the other terminals now.
Well, I'm done sitting here.
I feel someone watching. No one should be there, though.
It appears we should remain vigilant.
There's still people on the moon, right? The moon watches over you. They could help, you know. Yeah, about that. There's a good reason they don't.
Let me give it a try.
What is it that you seek?
Continuing from before, are there still people currently living on the moon?
I cannot properly answer that request.
Why not?
At this time, all communications with the moon are suspended.
Suspended? Oh, the extinction belt.
Yes. Due to the effects of the extinction belt, no information from the moon reaches Earth.
Huh? But with the extinction belt there, the colonists wouldn't have been able to come down from the moon. They'd be attacked by others.
No. When the colonists made their descent from the moon, the extinction belt did not exist yet.
It appeared after the colonists came to Earth?
Yes, that is correct.
We were taught that the extinction belt was born in the spring of extinction.
That happened when the nation was founded.
The colonists came to Earth, then the extinction belt appeared, and New Himuka was founded. That lines up. That being said, that isn't enough proof for us to believe it.
So the others appeared with the extinction belt.
That is incorrect. The others suddenly started appearing long after the extinction belt appeared.
What? It wasn't at the same time? But aren't others born in the extinction belt?
The moon watches over you.
Now I really do feel like the moon is watching me.
The others are even more mysterious now.
Gemma, are you alright?
Yeah, but I just can't get myself to believe all of this. How about everyone else?
I can't go along with it either, but all we can do for now is accept it and try to get more information.
There's one more terminal. We need to learn all we can while we're here.
You know...
Do the rest of you feel something strange?
Yeah, it doesn't feel right.
Just imagine if you asked Siri a question, and Siri just responded, "The moon watches over you." I'd freak out a little bit. What's the big pit in the middle with the slope? Is that where they push the heretics? Yeah, probably where they push the design children that have gotten too old so they can be grinded up into food or something. That's where they hide the Sarlacc. Oh, this helps explain some of the stuff that happened in Femme Protag's prologue. The recurring dream of the future she keeps having. Maybe, maybe not. It's for you to find out.
Then I'll sit.
What is it that you
Yes, it's
seek?
protection.
Let me try being direct this time. What exactly are others?
I cannot access the information you seek here. Access to Babe is necessary.
Babe?
So the terminals here can't answer.
That may be true, but the vision hasn't disappeared. Also, I'm sure you've all realized by now. Isn't it weird that our random questions and the permissions of the terminals all lined up?
So, you're saying Togetsu has some kind of plan here?
I'm sure they do, but I don't know what it is.
The reason we came here is to gather any information we couldn't find in Suo or Seiran. maybe they knew about that? Of course, this could all be made up.
But what happens if we match everything we heard to Major General Fubuki's plans? Will we just tell everyone that we came from the moon? There's no proof. They'll laugh us out of every town.
You're right. Even if it is true, it was 2,000 years ago. That's ancient history to us now.
Yeah, I think so too. We need information to appeal to our the people's current sense of danger.
I will provide information on current sense of danger.
Huh?
Kunad Gate, the pseudo-black hole that appeared above Kunad Highway. That is called the Kunad Gate.
It's talking about that localized gravitational anomaly. There actually hasn't been much news about that. What's dangerous about it?
This gravitational anomaly is continuing to expand daily, and is expected to consume Earth in the near future.
What?
The Earth is gonna be swallowed by the Kunad Gate?
The Kunad Gate is expected to expand in response to the power of Yuito Sumeragi. It is likely that the destruction of Earth is unavoidable.
Why is it mentioning Yuito?
The destruction of Earth. And you're saying it's Yuito's fault? That's ridiculous.
But there is nothing to fear. All will be saved if you trust in the teachings of Togetsu.
Hang on. What about my power? What does the Kunad Gate have to do with me?
The Kunad Gate is a trivial problem. The correction of the incorrect universe is essential to create the true future. Souls return to Mother Moon. The moon watches over you.
Hey!
Don't let what it said bother you. It was probably just trying to scare us.
The Kunad Gate. I did indeed hear that hole is pulling in things around it.
So, it's saying the hole will get bigger and swallow the Earth?
No, it's dangerous to take that at face value. Yuito, I know hearing your own name shocked you, but this might be a trap. We can't let ourselves be misled.
Yeah, it doesn't feel true. But if what they're saying is true, could that be the reason why Cassani tried to kill me?
Are you okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm fine. There isn't any proof, but it might be best for me to talk to Cassani, just to make sure. But if I find out that it is indeed true, and the Kunad Gate is linked to my power in some way, what am I gonna do?
Okay, we're done checking the terminals. But I wonder what this babe, the last terminal mentioned, is.
Yeah, I wonder what it meant by that.
I see you seek information on Babe.
You scared me.
Imagine caring about things that happened 2,000 years ago. Hide all your history books. If your history books mention anything that have anything to do with the moon, you might want to double check them. That's why the future vision. It's a time loop. You can think that.
I'm used to waiting.
It's much more convoluted than that, but somewhat.
Please proceed through the door in front of you. Babe awaits.
Sorry, but what is Babe?
I am Babe.
The city computer managing Togetsu. Similar to Arahabaki in Suo.
They have something like that?
This way, please.
This is suspicious, no matter how you look at it.
Outsiders would in no way be allowed access to a system on the level of Arahabaki.
And you gotta wonder, why would such a small religious group need a computer like that too?
Leaving now is not an option for us. Let's just see what this Babe terminal thing is.
There's a huge room on the other side of that door. I can see something. It appears to be a terminal.
Be careful. Our communications might get cut off.
Copy. We'll get out right away if things look bad.
What could be bad about a computer named
Must
Babe?
be Babe. We don't know what might happen. Let's stay on our toes.
Oh. Well, there's nothing wrong with giant computer thing that's modeled to look like humans and has a bunch of random red strings coming out of it, right? And just think of the amount of bitcoins they could mine
Is
here, right?
this the Babe terminal?
Yes. This way, Master Yuito. Babe will answer all of your questions. I'm sure you are having difficulty believing all you learned here today. That doubt will turn to belief if you speak with Babe. Please trust in the teachings. The moon is always watching over you.
Wataru, do you copy? No good. This room is cut off from Cynet.
Let's get the information we need and get out quickly. We're too vulnerable here.
Yeah. Let's start up the terminal for now.
Be careful.
Oh, I guess there's no vision of Dr. Pope this time. How do we get information out of this? This feels like an SAS. What is... I can't... My body...
Stop! What you're doing is too dangerous. Cut the connection now! Can you hear me, Yuito?
Cassani? The connection... Babe is trying to take over my brain?
Yuito?
Yuito!
Are you okay?
What just happened?
It seems like they were trying to hijack my brain. Thanks for disconnecting me.
We have to stop.
That believer was acting strange. They might have been after Yuito's brain from the very beginning.
Luckily enough, Yuito's all right. Let's give up on the info and get the hell out of here.
Yeah. But I wonder if they'll just let us leave.
Yuito, I forced myself in because I was nearby.
Cassani! You're in Togetsu too? Wait, before that, thanks for saving me.
Instead of thanking me, why don't you help me? Arashi and the others have been captured.
They have?
They're being held in some room, but I don't know which one. Are you in Babe's terminal? I want you to try to unlock all the doors in Togetsu from there.
Okay, I'll try.
What are they doing in Togetsu? No, I don't have time to think about that now. Babe is the computer that controls all of Togetsu, right? Maybe it can unlock all of the doors.
Why do you ask all of a sudden?
Cassani forced a brain talk connection with me. She said Arashi and the others are locked in a room somewhere.
What? Cassani's in Togetsu?
Is she after you again?
No, I only realized I was in danger because she warned me. She wouldn't have helped me if she was planning to kill me.
All right. It's unlikely that Cassani or her platoon are working with Togetsu. So something must have happened to them.
Luca?
We can't let Yuito be taken over. Don't worry. It looks like I can operate it normally.
Helping Cassani platoon is all well and good, but we have to make a plan to get ourselves out of here.
Right. If I just unlock this... That's to be expected. But this should let them escape as well.
Thanks, Luca. Everyone, let's get out of here.
And I'm connected. Is everyone all right?
We're okay, but we might be in trouble. We need to get out of here.
They're coming.
Oh, they
Stay
can
on
fly.
your toes.
Okay. They have daggers.
Move! Cassani?
Did she come with Kyoka? No, wait, this is...
Hey, quit messing around. Your way out's getting closed off.
I'm breaking through! What was it that just attacked us? They look just like Cassani and Kyoka.
Design children.
So it's not just Kyoka. Cassani is one of Togetsu's design children too?
Can you think of another reason they'd have the same face?
Enemies approaching at 4 o'clock. Reinforcements, maybe.
There's no time to talk. Just focus on getting out of there.
Design children makes me think of Les Enfants Terribles, the, you know, Metal Gear Solid and all that. Okay, technically it's stream end time, but there's I believe a fight about to happen, but I think we'll do that before we end the stream.
I'm taking your fire! Come on. Don't get too close to that other. You'll get caught in this explosion. If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Those followers who attacked us all look like Cassani and Kyoka.
Does that mean that all the Togetsu followers are design children?
Again, this game is just so freaking anime. I love it.
Yeah! Yeah! Next.
You took it down, Yurita.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
Hey, save guy. Also, I hope you're all having fun with this ridiculousness. It's just layer upon layer of ridiculous, and I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, just in this stream alone, we started from what? Finding out that we were a traitor and going to a hospital. Oh, no. Started out from going to a hospital, having weird flashbacks, finding out that we'd been experimented on in that hospital, to finding out that we were a dud, to finding out that we were marked a traitor by our own brother, who happens to be the current leader of the government, to finding out about a religious cult that lives in the mountains and prays to the moon, and that apparently 2 people very important to us were our design children, or in some way related to the moon cult, and also the moon cult completely rewrote history, or rewrote our understanding of history, and also tried to hijack our brain. Yeah, so that's a lot all at once.
Doesn't look like anyone's following us. Maybe they gave up.
All right,
Looks like
Parchment.
it, but
Well,
stay
you
on
have
your
a good
guard.
night, and thanks for hanging out with us.
I wonder if Kassane's team got out all right.
Whoa, other reading closing in. It's a big one.
Dead ahead.
Oh, this is the new one.
Now there are others?
Are you okay?
Not now. No. There's no way I can drink that. I'm fine. I can fight.
Coil Moil? Its name is Coil Moil?
That ice is like armor. But my power might be able to melt it.
Here we go.
Good, I made it. Thanks, Luca. I'm soaked.
Is everyone okay?
I appreciate the help.
What happened?
There's no L2s around here either.
The water is too strong to get any closer. Yuito, use my power to get inside the water.
That was close.
Oh, okay, and it can swim underground. Neat.
Let's go!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Ow.
Soaked.
You guys good? Come on. Thanks, Luca. Here we go.
Here you go!
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
Lead on.
You would think so, but it apparently doesn't have a weak spot. It can be when bulbs glow, but also when you have clairvoyance active, that'll show you if there's a weak spot, and nothing was glowing on it, so I don't think it has one. I think maybe just its whole body becomes vulnerable.
A member is in danger. This sucker's punches are as heavy as its size implies. It would be reckless to approach with no strategy.
My pleasure.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Get him, Yuito!
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Shell breaches first. Put the pressure on.
Endure it! Damn it!
Witness my strength!
Use my power!
I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything!
No way! This is it!
We squish it. You just, in general, get unstable when in brain
And
drive.
everyone's safe.
How's your head? Don't strain yourself.
I'm better now. Sorry I made you worry.
Yuito, can you and your platoon hear me?
Cassani! Oh, I'm glad you're okay.
Night Parchment.
Are you near us?
Yes, but we're closer to Togetsu than you, and we're still running. Let me make a suggestion. You learned something in there, right? Why don't we exchange intel? And we have a lot to talk about.
And here I was thinking she wouldn't want to talk. Okay. I was thinking the same thing.
Good, that settles it.
We'll be waiting halfway up Hiano Mountain.
Roger that. See you then.
Sorry. I should have checked with you guys first.
You're the one Cassani is after. If that's what you want to do, I don't mind. But can you trust her?
I told you that she saved me in Togetsu. I think she had a reason for trying to kill me. So I want to talk to her.
What are you gonna do if she doesn't want to talk and just attacks you?
Then I'll fight.
Okay, if you say so, Commander. Let's get down the mountain for now.
If I'm right about how she sounded, we should be able to talk.
I'm a little worried about meeting up with Cassani. I mean, I hope we can talk to her, but...
I'm not just going along blindly, but it was your decision. I want to respect that.
yeah.
Sure, there's no problem with meeting up with the person that wanted to kill us, right?
You feel more comfortable with someone you're familiar with? That's fine with me.
They're here. It's all of Cassani platoon.
Cassani! Looks like all of you made it out okay.
I was able to rescue them thanks to your help.
I should be thanking you. I would have been taken over by Babe if you hadn't been there.
Hey, Cassani. You're not going to try and kill Yuito again, are you?
I already told you. She was the one that saved me.
I know. But I want to hear her say it.
You have all the right in the world to doubt me. In fact, I don't blame you for it either. Yes, I think it's best to talk for now. We should talk and find a better solution, rather than just forging ahead on assumptions. It took me too long to come to this decision, and I apologize for that.
Something's different about you. Can you tell me what happened? Why did you try to kill me?
I know this will sound ridiculous, but please hear me out. I tried to kill you because I was asked to. By you. 50 years in the future.
Me? 50 years in the future? What are you talking about?
I completely understand how you feel. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, there's no way I would have believed it either.
Do you remember when Captain Seto died on the Kunad Highway, and we saw that strange sight? My time travel power, the red strings, activated. Then we jumped 50 years into the future.
What? You went to the future?
Red strings. That's right. You said you have dreams about those.
It wasn't a dream. I have the ability to travel through time. A power called red strings. And Yuito, apparently you have the same power as well.
What? I know we both use psychokinesis, but that's not what you're saying.
It seems you understand these red strings a lot better than the rest of us. Just where did you get that knowledge? Was that from the future too?
Yes, it was. We saw Yuito in the future. He told me quite a lot.
He also asked you to kill me.
Right. I'll tell you everything I learned in the future. That should answer everyone's questions.
Who should I ask first?
Give me 1 minute. I want to, because this might take a little bit, I want to run and get Grandpa his ice cream and run to the bathroom, and I need to refill my water, so consider this like a quick, few-minute break, so I'll be right back. Alright, well, Grandpa didn't want ice cream, so we will just continue on.
The thing that appears when the red strings are used is like a device to time travel. That's apparently what the Kunad Gate is. Normally, it appears only for an instant and disappears immediately, but this time it didn't go away. Left open like that, the gate will eventually swallow the world. It was really bad 50 years in the future.
In that world, the Kunad Gate was much bigger than it currently is here in our time. The end of the world. That's what it looked like. It seems that in that future, the gate had expanded so much that nothing could be done to stop it.
At first, none of us could believe what we had heard in the future. It was just too hard to swallow. We got some news in Seiran, then a bunch of stuff happened, and now we can pretty much believe it. But I have to admit, it's gotta be hard to believe just hearing it for the first time.
It was when Cassani used the red strings that the Kunad Gate opened. But when her power activated, it resonated with yours, Yuito. That's why the gate won't close. On top of that, the gate seems to be slowly expanding. And looking at the news we got from Seiran, it more or less matches up.
The power we both have is actually gravikinesis. It just looks like psychokinesis. When that gravikinesis becomes strong enough to travel through space and time, it's called red strings. I had no idea about that either. The Kunad Gate will disappear if Yuito dies. That's what future Yuito said.
That just can't be true.
It was already too late in the future, which is why he asked me that favor. He wanted me to kill you in the past, so the Kunad Gate could be eliminated before it got too large.
So my power affected the Kunad Gate. I've had a bad feeling since listening to that vision in Togetsu. I can't believe I was right.
So you knew?
Yeah. I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. So, the me in the future... I guess I just wasn't able to end it myself. How lame.
That's not true. The you in that time was great, and you right now is special too.
I have to admit, I never thought you'd be complimenting me. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. I'm proud I have the same power as you.
That reminds me, how is your brain doing? Has it settled down at all?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm getting by. I told you not to worry. All right, we should exchange intel.
Then first and foremost, we got some questions, especially about Kyoka.
Yes, of course you would.
Kyoka, are you one of the design children from Togetsu?
Yes, I'm a clone made in Togetsu. My genes come from the founder of the Togetsu faith, Dr. Hitoyo Pope. The city is filled with chosen psionics, designed from the same genetic data as me. We are the children of Togetsu.
I see. I guess that's why Kyoka and Dr. Pope look the same. We were shocked when we saw Dr. Pope's vision in the Togetsu facility.
I hate to ask this, but if she was one of the Togetsu followers...
Yes, Kyoka was a spy. She was spying on Cassani. But that's not the case anymore. She decided to live as one of us. I vouch for Kyoka. She's definitely not our enemy.
Yeah, I believe you.
What? That was fast.
The way Cassani looks at Kyoka is proof enough. Though, that's kind of an embarrassing way to put it. Honestly, I don't know much about Kyoka, so I can't really make this decision myself. But I do know Cassani. I wanted to talk to her to decide what to do, and I thought it was best to trust her. If I trust Cassani, then I trust the people she does.
Shiden, there's no need to get so riled up. You know very well this is the kind of person Yuito is.
Yeah, I just remembered how stupid he is.
Hey, Cassani. If Kyoka is one of the design children, does that mean you are too?
What? What are you talking about?
In Togetsu, we saw design children with the same face as Cassani's.
Yes, I probably am.
That's a weird way to say it. This is the first I've heard of this. Care to extrapolate?
I remembered a little from when I was a child in Togetsu. I remembered Mother. From what I recall, I was told I was one of the design children. It only just came back to me, so it doesn't feel real. That's why I said it like that.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It must be a painful memory for you. You look so sad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
You're very kind, Hanabi. But of course you should have asked. Don't worry about it. And thank you.
You're so nice to her, Cassani.
Really? I wasn't trying to be. Anyway, is there anything else you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, there is. If you know anything about humans coming from the moon, I'm hoping you can tell me more about it.
Huh? Did you hit your head or something?
Oh, so you guys don't know about this?
Wait, what he said is true?
Yes.
All right. I guess we should explain what we've been told.
We learned all of this after looking through Togetsu's archive, so I honestly don't know if we should really believe all of it.
But if you were a Togetsu spy, Kyoka, you would know if this is true or not.
Yes, that's indeed what we were taught. But if that was also part of the conspiracy, then...
Actually, no. It's true. It's all for real.
What do you mean, Kagero?
Tsugumi, don't look at me like that. I can't stand it when you look at me like that.
Kagero, there's a lot I want to ask you. But for now, tell us about history as Togetsu sees it. Do all Togetsu believers know this?
Right, about that. The faith. That's all a lie. Just a way to get Togetsu independence. Besides, the place is mostly made up of design children.
I must say, it didn't look like a religious establishment to me. So does that mean that you are one of the design children as well, Kagero?
Now, I said mostly, didn't I? I'm a colonist from the moon.
Get real. Even if there actually were colonists from the moon, that would have been 2,000 years ago.
Cold sleep.
Yes, exactly. A few dozen colonists are being kept in cold sleep in a Togetsu facility. They wake us up in turns to check on the state of the Earth, and then we're supposed to contact the moon.
Hold on. Does that mean you're from the same generation as Yakumo?
Look, I don't expect you to believe me right away or anything, but it's the truth. The people of New Himuka wanted to live on Earth, so those that wanted to return to the moon made Togetsu. Togetsu doesn't care about New Himuka or Seiran. They're an egotistical lot that wants to return to the moon instead of living on this crappy, other-filled planet. But as long as the extinction belt is there, they can't go back. Not only that, there's news that others are attacking the moon too. So they got to thinking, what can they do to save their homeland and escape Earth? They need to make it so the colonization never even happened in the first place.
The red strings. The time travel power.
I see. They want to go back in time and negate it all from ever happening. But wouldn't humanity eventually attempt to colonize Earth again and repeat this history?
To be precise, the plan is to only take the moon and Earth back in time with a few exceptions.
Is that even possible? Taking only a portion of the universe back in time?
They believe the red strings can do it. They plan to leave records of this timeline's history in the areas that were not taken back in time, so future generations won't attempt to colonize Earth again.
Hang on. I'm getting confused. That's so outrageous. I don't know how to take it all in.
Whether you want to believe it or not, Togetsu actually managed to create the red strings to carry out their plan. Cassani is the result of that, although it's pretty strange how Yuito has a similar power.
Let's suppose everything he said is true. That means this isn't really the time to be squabbling over New Himuka or Seiran. If Togetsu were to get what they're after, then none of us would have ever existed.
No, that's not right. We can't let them succeed. We're all here trying to survive.
Kagero, why would someone at the center of Togetsu's plan reveal all this to us? Can we assume that you are planning to abandon them as well?
Ruining their plan is something I've been working towards since the beginning. That's why I joined them, to get in the way.
That sounds great and all, but how are we supposed to believe you?
You don't have to. If you've got a problem with me, I'll walk. But whatever happens, I'm not going to sit back and let them get away with erasing this history. I left my family on the moon. I won't let them take her existence, too.
Kagero means it. I can tell. It's been a long time since I've seen him like this. So please, trust him.
Tsugumi.
Tsugumi knows Kagero best. I think we can trust her judgment. Besides, I have a feeling you trust him already.
Yeah. If Tsugumi trusts him, then I trust him too.
And if Yuito does, then I do too. Of course, I'll kill him if he betrays us.
Of course. I keep making fun of them for being naive, but that's what ends up saving me.
If we're going to believe Kagero, then we have to believe all of the history about the colonists from the moon too. and then figure out what we can do knowing that.
We're stopping Togetsu's plan. That's all we can do. But it's too much for us to handle alone. We need someone who can move nations.
Are you going to ask New Himuka for help? We're fugitives there.
Even so, we have to. That doesn't mean I forgive them for the things they're doing, though. If they know what Togetsu is trying to do, they might realize their terrible actions are all in vain.
What if we asked Seiran for help? If they know about the Togetsu threat, they might realize that New Himuka isn't who they should be fighting.
I wonder. As far as I know, both New Himuka and Seiran should have a clear understanding about the Moon colonists and their history. On top of that, they're both scheming to survive.
At least it's better than nothing. I don't want to just sit here and wait to be erased.
Indeed. So, we should split up and give it a shot?
Yes, let's do that. Yuito, you go to New Himuka.
And you go try explaining things to Seiran. Now we're finally after the same thing.
Let's do our best.
Hey, everybody's working on the same team now. Yay! And I'm sure they'll get the respective governments to agree and everything.
I didn't think we'd find out so much in Togetsu. This is all so unexpected.
All we did was go to Togetsu, but it felt like such a long journey.
Good work, everyone. That was a lot to take in.
It's a bit difficult to accept it all. But I'm glad we know now.
The world we normally see is so small, but our horizons have expanded. And now it's clear that there's another world out there.
I'm glad we're on better terms with Cassani, too. That's one less thing to worry about.
Hey, everyone. About the Kunad Gate.
How your power is affecting it?
Oh, Haruka let me see Seiran's investigation into it, but the results were the same. At least we know it really is, well, getting bigger.
What if Yuito doesn't use his power? If he avoids combat, for instance?
No, I looked at the Kunad Gate investigation papers as well. At this point, I couldn't really find a link between Yuito's specific actions and the gate's expansion.
What? So it doesn't have anything to do with Yuito?
No. You could say that just the existence of his power is affecting it. It's pretty much safe to assume that the gate will continue to expand as long as Yuito lives.
Right.
I am sorry for how that sounded, but it's probably best that you know since it does concern you.
No, I'm glad you told me. Nothing will change if I try to ignore it. If it's like you say, then I don't need to worry about staying out of fights, do I?
We do not know all the details about the Kunad Gate, but I think that is correct.
What are you thinking, Yuito?
I want to ask you all a favor.
What is it?
After hearing all that in Togetsu, I'd be lying if I said I didn't think that killing me was the only option for us now. But there's still things I need to do. Things I need to learn. We can never say for certain that there is no other way unless we search for one. Just like we didn't know about the moon until we went to Togetsu, there might be a way to stop the gate that we don't know about yet. I'm sure Cassani had the same idea, and that's why she stopped trying to kill me. So, I want you to help me think of a way to get rid of the Kunad Gate.
You had me a little anxious for a moment. Of course we'll help you.
Gemma's right. That was the plan all along.
Don't forget about my info network. I'll find out even the most secret information.
This isn't just your problem. No matter what's going on with the world, you have to remember we're a team.
There has to be a way. And I know we'll find it if we look together. We have to save both you and the whole world.
You guys... I thought you'd say that, but I guess I was a little worried. So... thank you.
Buddies all together. Yay.
humans came from the moon, and the Earth is going extinct. It's so much at once that my head is spinning. We have to understand it all, though, so we can keep moving forward.
Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up any presents that are new real quick. Then we will be ending the stream after that. So how's everybody doing? How have you enjoyed the experience? Was this a fun time around? A fun time full of random and ridiculous nonsense. Did you enjoy the the never-ending conspiracies going on here? I hope y'all had fun. So that's going to be it for the stream tonight. Sorry we went a little bit later than normal, but again, I hope it was an enjoyable experience. Thank you to everybody who came out, who's hanging out, who's chilling and everything. Yeah, I hope you had fun. We are going to raid good old Adi, who is, I believe right now, unlocking the Coils of Bahamut, or maybe doing some MSQ. I don't know, but they're doing something. They're great fun. We'll be back on Thursday with our community game nights. I haven't decided yet what it is that we will be streaming for community game nights prior to the community games. We could continue with SCARLET Nexus, or we could try out a different game, put a different game in there that we have in our backlog. Not sure yet, but we'll figure it out. So yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you all for being around. Thanks for making streaming awesome. Thanks for being lovely, wonderful people. We're gonna go ahead and raid Audi, and yeah, y'all have a good rest of your night and have a good beginning to your week.
Corrosia, thank you so much for the raid.